AI-based products are also coming in, which give in-depth analysis and all. So, uh, when you are connecting your application, let's say you have an application in AWS and you are connecting to a SaaS-based uh, product, right? Your data is being processed by the SaaS-based project. Now, we want to know whether your data is secured over there or not, right? Nobody is getting access, um, unauthorized access to that. Right? Nobody is tampering your data, right? It is completely available whenever you want to have it. The CIA thing. All these things needs to be managed very well because see, if you take most of the breaches that has happened over the years, especially in the recent years, everything is happening via the vendor based products. It's not like the main company itself is actually creating the cause for the data breach. Rather, they have offloaded or they are leveraging the vendors, and through the vendors only these breaches are happening. So that's why the SSPM topic become more important for every other cloud based services which we provide to the client also. So what does an SSPM give us, right? Now, typically, how the SSPM, kind of works is that, mm, like, if a customer kind of onboards tools like Record.ai or Adaptive Shield, right? Now, they are using some vendor named as like vendor, SaaS vendor. Now, the idea is that they have to onboard that SaaS vendor onto the Record.ai or the Adaptive Shield, integrate it so that they will get the visibility of all the what is the current risk stage of all these vendors, identify for any risk and evaluate risk by comparing against best standards, automated flows and remediation to fix those issues, right? That is a very important capability which it is providing. Alerting, right? Any misconfiguration, if it is happening with that SaaS vendor, the SSPM will alert it. So all these things will help in the real time fixing of the issues, right? You don't want that issue, high critical issue, to be lying there for days and somebody misuse it and taking away your data, which eventually result in, financial or reputational risk to the company, right? So that's why the SSPM becomes really, really important. You might have heard about some of the breaches that might have happened in the Salesforce and all. It's all because of that, improper management of the SaaS providers, right? So it is actually helping you to simplify the compliance management, prevent cloud misconfiguration, and detect excessive permissions. Now, the access control is another domain within the cyber which people insist like anything, right? They emphasize uh, a lot on the access control because that is your first, after the network, that even in the network layer also, the authentication authorization becomes your first gate, right? So that's how the SSPM uh, is really important. So under the CNAP, we have covered three pillars. There is one more pillar, which is the cloud entitlement infrastructure management of permission, which I've not added here. But these are the three things which I feel is really important when it comes to protection of the cloud. So the typical the tools which we see in the market is like Prisma is there. You have the Wiz is there. Now there are other tools also which are coming up with great package, but I think Wiz and Prisma are the widely used tools, right? Then you have the specific CSP related tools also. For example, Microsoft. They provide the Microsoft Defender. Right? That is another uh, CSPM capability which is provided by the Microsoft itself. So these are being widely used by the various customers. Although, like, say, security comes up is an added layer, right? And there is a lot of cost going into it. But if you look at the long term investment, right, and if you look at the ROI, if you are putting some amount, even though you are putting some initial investment onto it,
Travel from
in the,
Calcutta to
in the longer
Himalayan.
run, it's going to help you.
Ma'am, why it's not possible? After 20, it's not possible. Yeah, because I was waiting for your call, but I did not get it from your institute. Actually, ma'am, we was engaged with the final year practicals and with some other important tasks. That's why I was not able to contact. So today we got the time. So we are now contacting everyone. It's on tomorrow, not tomorrow, yeah. From Monday, I'm like getting
Miss
winter
Rupali
break from
Gupta.
my institute. So I'm on winter break. So like Saturday or Sunday is my holiday. So that's where I travel from
I'm sorry, Miss Anshu.
No,
Grenada
no
to
worries.
Calcutta.
No.
Right now I'm in
Admin,
Calcutta
could
and
you
it will
please
continue
mute
for
all and
till 19.
let us ask Anshu
After
to
that
unmute
only I can
herself
arrange
and
it.
continue the
Ma'am, I
session.
will let you know,
Rupali ma'am,
otherwise it
please
is very
mute your
difficult,
mic.
so you have to reject otherwise.
Let's,
Because
Rupali,
after
can you go
20th
on
it's
mute?
not possible for me. After 19 it can be because on 19 I think there's a Sunday and on 20th there will be Monday. So I can contact on that day, but before that because I'm not in that city, so I cannot do that. No, that's fine, but for me it's not
Admin,
possible.
Advis, could you please mute
Actually,
all?
I did not get any number on any of your websites. Unable to contact you from my hand. But I was waiting that if I get the call, I'll just arrange my leave. Still, I will just check if I can do anything for 20th, but I'm sure ki I won't be able to arrange for 20th. But still, I will try. Okay, bro, let me know after 19 on 20 we can I can have like I can reach to 19th is I think Monday. No, no, 19th is yes, ma'am, 19th is Monday. I have just opened the calendar. It's 19th is Monday and 20th is Tuesday. Okay, wait.
Uh, Miss Rupali,
The
Miss
19th
Rupali,
is Monday.
Miss Rupali, Miss Rupali Gupta.
Yeah, 19th is Monday.
Hello, Miss Rupali Gupta.
Okay. Let me know if it can be possible
And
on
I
19 or
think
20.
no,
Okay, ma'am, I will
she's.
let. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have our admins?
Rupali ma'am, hello. Ma'am, please mute yourself.
No, they are not there, Miss Sridevi. Dr. Sridevi, could you please ask the admins to mute all?
Ma'am, we are trying to contact them. Please wait, ma'am.
Okay.
बारिश सर्दी जो फोटो खींचे गए थे वो आपके मोबाइल से रूपाली मैडम ने खींचे बड़ी लंबी वो बनानी पड़ेगी
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, Miss
I'm
Anshu.
sorry, ma'am, for the inconvenience.
No worries, no worries. It happens. Okay, so let me just go back. Okay, all right. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, so like I mentioned, right, we have covered the main pillars within the CNAP, which is the CSPM, the CWPP, and the SSPM. Now, SSPM and CSPM are basically the most important suits, I would say, in terms of ensuring the compliance and also ensuring that you know the SaaS vendors security on the SaaS vendors are being taken care on a timely basis, right? Okay, with that we'll move on to the next topic, which is the CASB. Now, CASB in simple layman language, how do we explain? Okay, so let's say you are going to maybe an amusement park or something, right? And you have seen security personnel over there, right? When you are entering to the amusement park, right? Now they will check for first thing your if you have the tickets, right? So basically that you can call it as an authentication, right? Now second thing they will check what all things you're carrying inside and what all things you're carrying outside, right? You have the bag and all, and what you go with inside the amusement park, and then what you go out with of the amusement park. That is basically it is checking for the data loss prevention, right? Now they will also check if there are any suspicious people entering, right? That is threat analysis, right? And then finally they will ensure that everyone who is entering the amusement park is actually following the rules, right? You have the do's and the don'ts and everything. So they are acting like an enforcement points, right? So CASB is can be explained in that way, right? They are the cloud-based security policy enforcement points. So that will be placed between the cloud service consumer and the providers. Now, how does a typical CASB work? Now, CASB can be, kind of integrated in four main ways. One way is like API control. Now, when I say API control, integrate directly with the CSP's APIs. So, what does that benefit, right? It gains visibility onto data present in the cloud and allows security scans and policy enforcement on data, especially at rest and all, right? So that is API control. Then you have the reverse proxy, which means when a user connects to the cloud application, the first traffic is getting routed through the CASB, and it checks for the access, prevents for any kind of threats. Then another way, forward proxy, right? And then forward proxy means like in your, the end user devices itself, there is an agent being installed that will keep a track of it, right? What is the traffic going in and out? Then you have the log collection. When I say log collection, it is basically analyze the traffic logs from existing firewalls and servers. And the secure web gateways to identify which cloud services are being used. Basically, to track the shadow IT, right? I hope you are aware about shadow IT. Shadow IT means like there are certain services which you are not supposed to use, right? Which are not being authorized to be used, right? And if you're using some unauthorized kind of a services, that can lead to a data leakage, right? Unauthorized access to the data leakage, everything. So all these things are being kind of restricted and being captured by a CASB. Now, what are the different or the multiple types of security policy enforcement over here? That is what which I have listed down here. The authentication, single sign-on, or MFA whenever required authorization, encryption, tokenization, malware detection, prevention. So it's coming with a complete suit, like a proper technical or sorry, the security checks which is happening. And as I said, right, the CASB and all comes into picture when you are dealing with especially the SaaS applications or cloud, and also especially when you're dealing with third-party SaaS applications and all, right? So that's where the CASB comes into picture. Now, these are the different services which it is giving, right? So data security, I think we have already covered in the previous slide, encryption, tokenization and all. Threat protection, like it has that AI specific capability to do the user behavioral analytics, activity monitoring, block unsanctioned cloud apps. That would ideally fall into the shadow IT also, and visibility onto that shadow IT ones, risk visibility, and of course the compliance, right? Regulatory, legal compliance, and everything that also will come into the picture. So CASB is definitely a main important thing when it comes to actually securing of the cloud, secure usage of the cloud. With that, we are moving to the next topic, which is the zero trust. Now, zero trust for cloud security. Zero trust concept is basically, I would like to call it as a philosophical concept, right? So it says that you never trust, always verify. You are assuming a breach at every point of time. That's what is called zero trust. Like it's like how do you say it? Like there is traditional security which gives you the network security, everything, but zero trust will help you to some extent limit the 0 day attacks and all. Now, what is 0 day attack? What is 0 day vulnerability? Like, we have something like you might have heard about something like OWASP top 10 LLM, sorry, top vulnerabilities and all, right? 2025 and all. So basically, you know, there are known threats, known vulnerabilities, right? And there are fixes also, which you can see from the web's cheat sheets and everything, right? So somebody identify when we are performing a penetration testing onto an application, right? For example, like you have a banking application and somebody comes in and they've been asked to do the penetration testing on the application. Now, what is penetration testing? It means you're getting the access to the network and you are trying out with possible attacks. It's an ethical way of doing a attacking. That's what we call it as pen testing. Okay, you're trying to attack the various things and seeing how to what extent your application is vulnerable, right? If there is any flaw to the application, right? It checks for whether like if it's a very critical application, they can try with the cross-site scripting. There are different attack mechanisms. They try it and they check for what are the possible vulnerabilities, and those are known vulnerabilities, right? And there are fixes to it. So you can, we provide the remediation and the fixing steps and everything. They will fix those vulnerabilities and it becomes more secure, right? Now, zero trust means it's a very ingrained, or I would say fine grained kind of security being enabled for every other transactions. For every time you log in, whatever transactions you are doing it, right? Whenever you are accessing a separate application or anything, there is a verification being done. So that is why I've given these 4 pointers. Role based access is what we typically follow, which is called as role based access controls. Right? You have a specific role. If a person is assigned with that role capability, he can perform so and so task and he can do that work. Now, it's not just role based, attribute based also, context based also, depending upon the load it is getting onto the application, how much load is coming to the application. All these things are being verified, and then only the person can access it, right? Micro segmentation, right? The workloads are segregated, sorry, the networks are segregated, isolated, and given very fine grained access and all, right? Strong visibility across cloud assets, APIs, data flows, and the VPN connection, right? Like if you want to connect to your, for example, in the college, right, you have a VPN connection to be enabled to access certain internal application. So it's like a network, verification kind of a connection. Okay, it's like a tunneling which is being enabled. Now, zero trust means that so when you connect to that tunnel, you will be able to access every other application within your department, everything, right? Now, what zero trust says that no, if you zero trust specific VPN means that you can only access a single application at a single point of time, and that too, it will have only just in time access kind of a thing, right? Over a period of time, you will have access. You do whatever thing, you come back. Beyond that timeline, you will not be able to do it. That is called just in time. So much of ingrained security are enabled. Now, when does a zero trust is really required? Do we really required for an application which is giving you a simple public data? No, right? only for the application which are handling really sensitive data, like confidential, highly confidential data, like the banking, right? The financial transactions, everything. So that's where the zero trust kind of comes in. Now, when you log into any of the banking application, right, you might have seen like every action you do in the banking app, like let's say HDFC, because I'm familiar with that, so I'm saying, everything, whatever, if I want to open an FD or an RD, every time it is asking for some kind of a confirmation, right? So it's actually enabling that zero trust kind of a feature over there, which is relevant because you never know when somebody is actually monitoring your activity and want to hack it and take your data, right? So for those highly critical applications or scenarios, zero trust becomes really really important, and there are so many tools available in the market. Zscaler, CrowdStrike is coming with that. Palo Altos are like huge product based companies, right? They are coming up with so much of the ZT related services, and especially the banking clients, FSO clients are really opting it. To some extent, the healthcare clients are also opting it, but I think majorly the financial sector people are dealing with it, or making use of the zero trust capabilities. So that is another thing which has boomed in over the past few years, and zero trust on cloud security has coming, and now we have the zero trust on the AI security also coming in, which is being widely used as well. So see, definitely zero trust has its own kind of drawbacks. I'm not denying that, because if you see that, you will get frustrated every time you log into an application, right? And if you want, ideally in a VPN, what you used to do, you it is giving you a broader network access. You can go to multiple things without having to have that authentication authorization enabled, right? But with zero trust, it needs to be done. So it's actually time consuming, I would say. If you want to do some simple job and you need to verify it all over again and again, time consuming. It is complex. And in terms of the investment also, it's huge. But if you are investing on a like a financial related application or so, it's worth it when you look at the long term plan, right? Because when you think of the ROI and all, it's definitely worth it. Although you might see that, okay, when during the initial investment, oh, such a big cost, how will I manage it? But I would say still zero trust is really, really relevant for such kind of application. Scalability also, sometimes you might feel um, you might come across challenges in terms of the scalability. But again, I'm emphasizing on the fact that considering the long term investment for a financial one, ROI and all, yes, this will be a good option. Okay, so that is with respect to zero trust, and the final topic is cloud data security. Now, cloud data security, see, at the end of the day, we have all these technologies. It's all to kind of store our data or secure our data. So the underlying principle is, or the underlying component is definitely the data, right? Now, if let's talk about data sovereignty, right? What is data sovereignty? Every other country will have their own regulations or rules as to how the data needs to be managed, right? Like, for example, in the European region, GDPR, which is the most common one, like they don't want their data to be going outside their region, right? Data isolation needs to be there. Data residency they give a lot of importance to. In Australia, will have their ARPA, right? They have their own regulations, right? They want their data to be there, and they have their own rules and everything, right? And different type of data is also there also, right? Critical data, confidential data, internal data, then public data and all. Depending on the type of data, be it public, internal, critical and all, data encryption can be enabled or the protection can be enabled. If it's just a public data or something and nobody's going to gain anything out of it or exploit somebody, you can always go with the default encryption mechanism enabled in the cloud, right? Then you have something called wherein the encryption keys, the policies, the rotation, lifecycle management, everything is taken care by the cloud provider. Then you have the cloud KMS, which means they create the keys and everything for you, but you do have the authority to kind of, you know, make changes to the policies as to, rotation policies, everything you can change. Then you have the customer KMS, customer managed keys, or I would say there's something called bring your own keys also. Right? You are creating your keys, you are putting in the rules, policies, everything. You are managing it end to end. Now, when all do we use these kind of keys, right? If the data is very much public, default KMS should be enough. If it is something internal, yes, cloud KMS. But like I mentioned earlier, if it is highly critical information, like I mean the finance data and all, that's when we would definitely suggest the customers to go with the customer managed keys or the bring your own keys, because they are highly confidential data, right? So this is how the encryption mechanism is being enabled in the cloud. So this is how the security also. So if you want to have, let's say, an internal data also to have it in the customer managed way also, you can have it. Or only for the highly critical data, if you want to have the customer
நாங்க
managed
வாங்குற
keys.
பார்த்துட்டு என்ன அர்த்தி பேங்க்ல இங்கிலீஷ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நினைக்கிறேன் அந்த மேம்ல கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தாங்க.
Pushpalata ma'am, can you please mute your mic?
நாங்க தான்.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, like if you want the complete end-to-end protection, always go with the key management, right? Like the customer managed key, right? If you want less protection or something, you can always opt for the normal cloud provided encryption mechanism also, right? So most of our insurance clients, or be it anything falling under FSO and healthcare, we would definitely push for them to go with the um, bring your own key kind of a management, customer managed keys, because that will ensure that the data is secured, right? That's what we generally suggest. But these are the different, ways you can secure it. So that's what I wanted to just give an idea about how it really works. So I think that's all. These are the different topics I really want to cover for today. And also, like, I wanted to kind of talk about, I don't have that specific slide for the same, but uh, like there are several industrial best security standards available in the market, right? You can just Google the Cloud Security Alliance or the Cloud Control Metrics or the CIS benchmarks. You can easily download those things. Like for every other type of services within the cloud, they have defined the best security practices you can leverage off, right? That is something I would really suggest everyone to kind of go through it, because one or the other way, when you're building any application or a project or a product for any scenarios, you can definitely leverage these things. And always you need to go with a shift from left mentality, like I explained in the initial slides, right? You should not develop an application and after that think about security. Rather, security needs to be ingrained right from the starting phase of design. That's what we call, right? So that is another way we have to think about. And uh, see, if mostly what I've seen is the main security domains you need to consider when you think about securing cloud is first network security, like you are creating the overall network and how you are selecting the firewall policies and everything, rules and everything. That is one security. Then you have the access control, to whom all you're giving access to. How are you giving a least privilege access? Are the access being provided based on the action, or the work needs to be done, right? Then you have the data security. Data means you are playing with the data now. How, in what all stages, who will have access to the data, who can modify the data, all this tracking needs to be enabled, right? So access control is another important domain. Then finally, I would say, yeah, vulnerability management, everything will come into picture. Logging, monitoring, another important thing. continuous monitoring of whatever actions being done in an application by any user. All the log activities needs to be tracked. So you have different tools available, right? SIM tool, security incident event monitoring tools are available, right? Incident and event monitoring tools like the Splunk and all, so many tools are available in the market. So so these are the main domains which I feel is really, really important when it comes to cloud security, also for the AI security, right? Since I'm focusing on AI security over the past 2 years, what I've seen with respect to the challenges and everything is that if we are taking care of these main domains, I think that itself will solve a lot of problems, right? So I think that's all I wanted to kind of cover today. I know it is post lunch and so much of things. Uh, you might have felt sleepy, but I do have restriction in terms of showing the labs and everything. That's why I couldn't show you anything. But I hope it was helpful for at least some of you. With that, yeah, open for any questions.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can post it in the chat box so we can unmute and ask directly to ma'am. I hope there is no more query.
No,
Okay,
no,
ma'am. Yeah.
Miss Anshu.
Yes, ma'am.
See, no, I'm just asking the first timer who's
Mm-hmm.
taking a subscription to a cloud.
Okay.
What are the things that we have to look into with respect to security terms while taking the subscription?
While clicking the subscription, of course, I mean, there is no much things to be taking care. So you will be selecting the, the regions and everything, right? So there is no specific, like, to what all people you are giving access to what level, what are the different services you are accessing to, and all will come into picture. But again, once you get the subscription only, you will have access to that. But let's say, for example, in Azure, you have the Microsoft Intra, right? Based on the access, you can enable the access level according to whomsoever you want to add them to the subscription. You need to define the access level for the same, right? And who all need to have access to specific services within the cloud also. I think you can restrict that access also. So, but these all things comes once you log into the subscription and once you get into the subscription. But with respect to the initial subscription details, it will be very preliminary. So not much to be taken care of.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Because as you rightly said, no, when we look into cloud, we'll look into the infrastructure and the services. What are the services that they provide? But the security, as you said, it comes to our mind at the last only. So we put the security at a first priority. Is there anything that should be taken care while subscribing to cloud? That is what I have.
Okay. No, that is not really required. Whenever you are accessing specific services, and let's say you are building, you are spinning up a virtual machine, right? Now, what are the different security controls you want to enable? For example, you don't want to enable a public access, right? Restrict the access, restrict the IP level access, right? Which all IPs you want them to kind of access your VM, you can enable it. And encryption, right? Mostly all the cloud providers by default they're giving the encryption level TLS 1.2 for sure in transit, and encryption also AEC 256. That will be enabled by default, but you can check that, right? Then you can enable the anti malware protection also. That you can definitely enable it, right? And tagging. Tagging is another important thing I would say to enable, because not just from the security perspective. Let's say you're building an application and you have different services being leveraged from a cloud for building an application. In order to identify that these are the specific services tagged to this application, the tagging will help you. So security come, proper identification it will enable, right? So these are something we would definitely take care of when you are, creating any services also in cloud.
Thank you, Anshu. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the valuable and informative session. It was indeed an honor to have you with us, ma'am. We apologize for any inconvenience caused due to technical issues. Thank you so much, ma'am.
No worries. Thank you so much, and thank you. I know I couldn't come up with any lab that I mean, when you show a lab or a practical session, that's when people will get that real interest. But I guess to know the basic understanding, I wouldn't call it as basic, rather, the different security suits available in the market will also help you a lot, right? Because right now, see, in our organization, we have secure department and also the proper digital department wherein the cloud-based application are getting developed. Now, both will have to work together and both should know how something is being developed and how we need to secure it also. So for that, the CSPM tools or the CNAP, everything, they need to be well across. And especially, I'll be sharing the slide with you. There are different tool names I've given over there that will also give you a lot of, visibility onto the security services provided by those major product dealers. So it will be a good read. For example, you can read about this tool or a CrowdStrike tool, Palo Alto tools, and all. These are really major, product players in the globe, and people should be aware about these tools. That will really help.
So
Okay.
much, Ms. Anju. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Dear participants, we'll be continuing our next session at 3:30 p.m. Let's take a break till then. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshu. And I'll remember Dr. Meenakshi. No, she only approached you. And I still remember your session that you handled in the International Leadership Summit at Calicut. It is what so inspiring, and I refer to that. I approached Dr. Meenakshi to get your availability for handling this session. And thank you, both of you. Thank you.
The participants will start our next session at 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Mr. Pavan Verma, am I audible to you? A resource person will be joining in few minutes. Mr. Pavan Verma, is my voice audible to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear you now. Sorry for the delay. I was a little bit confused with the time. I based out of Amsterdam, so I was not aware that it is IST timing. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay, sir. We can
It's
start
okay.
the
Okay,
session now.
Pawan. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, somebody saying something?
No, I only just called you. Ms. Shani, please no, start the session now. And Pawan, sorry for the trouble caused.
No problem. It's sorry from my side because I should aware that it's IST time zone. So I was driving back to Paris for one of my customer connect, and then I realized it's in IST timing. Sorry for that.
Okay, it's okay, Pawan. Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Shani, let us start the session.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. We now move on to the second technical session of day 6 of the 6-day ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on advancements in cloud and edge computing, research and industry perspectives. The second session focuses on a contemporary and highly relevant topic, cybersecurity in edge, which explores the security challenges and solutions associated with decentralized and edge-based computing environments. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our second resource person for the day, Mr. Pavan Verma, Cybersecurity Business Development Manager at TCS. Sir brings with him extensive industry exposure in cybersecurity strategy, edge security solutions, and enterprise risk management. His industry-driven insights will help participants understand practical approaches to securing edge infrastructures. So we are truly honored to have you with us. I kindly invite you to take over the session and share your expertise on cybersecurity in edge. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sunny. I'll quickly share my screen and give some viewpoint. And before we start, feel free to ask me a question. Feel free to interrupt me. Let's not have one-way discussion throughout. Feel free to interrupt me. These all are absolutely basic fundamental of cybersecurity. And these all fundamental I'm talking about, I'll focus on one of the towers, and then because it's cybersecurity is, if you start speaking, I can speak at least for next 5 days, right? That big cybersecurity nowadays. So quickly, I'll introduce myself. So I hope my screen is visible, Sani, right? Everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's
Yeah.
visible.
So I'll quickly introduce myself. As name say, my name is Pawan. I'm working with TCS. I'm based out of Amsterdam office, TCS office, and my major role or responsibility, it has been the same role. I can say that I started my career with the same that you guys are going to start after graduating for computer science, then might be software engineers, testing many things, right? And then somehow I decided to have a management degree. I did my management degree as well. And then from last 12, 13 years, I am doing the same thing from the sale, how we can grow the business of cybersecurity. So right now I'm doing the Benelux and Nordics, and some of the elements I'm trying to do. Now, coming back to the
So,
topic, right? Sorry,
so sorry to interrupt you. Can you put a slide in the presentation?
I think it's already done. Or
No,
you
I
guys, one second. Let me try again. What about now?
Yes, sir. Now it's perfect. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Sunny. Now, coming back to the topic part. So today I will not going to cover too much of stuff that is not very much practical, right? So last couple of days I was trying to understand what should I cover, right? So I figure out that let's talk about more in terms of what is the trend right now and what kind of fraud going to or happening in the market, right? And I'll more focus on IAM part. IAM stand for access identity management, right? When we talk about access identity management, it has many element. The first element would be your employee identity. Second element can be your non-human identity, and then customer, and so on. It's more than 10, 20 identities. Then I'll also give you the viewpoint of how identity management explore from last 100 years, like how the identity management happening in 1900 or to till date. what kind of fraud happening in the identity, right? If we are able to correlate what is happening and what is fraud is going to happen, then you can summarize with AI. Edge is very big topic. Sometime whenever we have 2 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours, we'll talk about more in edge. But let's focus on, at least for today agenda, is once we are leaving this call after 1 hour or 30 minutes and 1.5 hours, we should understand overall viewpoint of cybersecurity. And in the cybersecurity, we should understand identity and access management, what is and how it is evolved, and what AI is going to bring on the table. So that is the whole thought process. I'll keep pausing in the presentation. Feel free to interrupt, have a question, unmute, no need to type, unmute and speak. It's okay. Right. So this is my agenda. I generally avoid to have many slides in my presentation. I have just 4 5 slides. I will try to give you my viewpoint, my limited experience, and these all things I'm trying to say that these are the important in the market. It's not just to understand. If you know these things, you will get an edge across the industry. If you are the person who wanted to build a career in cybersecurity, and I hope 90% or 100% folks know that cybersecurity is one of the hot topic that all the, especially with the banks, right? I work for the banks. All the banks are talking about cybersecurity. How do I secure? How do I make sure my infrastructure is secure? How do I make sure my clouds are secure? How do I make sure my identities are secure? And many things, right? Sorry. So these all 6 7 topics we are going to cover today. And let's start with the first topic, which says that global cybersecurity expend and fraud losses for 2024 and 2025, right? uh, I just do not want to have too many numbers in the plate, right? So I just wanted to give you analysis, and these all numbers, it's absolutely able in you type it. What is the Gartner report says for cybersecurity? What is the Forrester report says for cybersecurity? And the same thing I have done. There is nothing I have created. The only thing I'm trying to give you the view how big the cybersecurity expend is and how big the losses are, right? I have a little bit more bias towards the EU side of the world because my whole career I worked with across Europe, name it the countries. I'm being part of how many countries? 6 7 countries I'm working in the across the Europe or more than that. So I will be little biased in the EU side because I have little bit experience bring on the table, right? So if you see the Gartner report, it says the current expend in the cybersecurity would be it's going to be close to 200 billion as a number in US dollar, right? And what are the drivers of the rapid growth is first, everybody is moving to the SaaS adoption. SaaS meaning when we talk about something in the cloud, right? There is no traditional way of infrastructures management, meaning that there is no physical devices, physical memory. You will have a SaaS players, you will have adoption of the SaaS because it's ready to use kind of thing, and you can use based on your requirement, right? Second thing is one of the booming, I think your professors is also talking about is the integration with AI. When I say AI, do not feel AI will replace the human. AI will replace the manpower effort in the day-to-day operation. When I say day-to-day operation, let's say people like somebody is working for one of the project or something. AI will not directly replace that person. AI will help them to reduce the work. Like if he needs or she needs 8 hours of repeated tasks, that absolutely AI is going to replace that. You can train the AI. Now there is many of the many products. Even the TCS also has building some of the AI capabilities in-house, working with the partner. These things are going on, and this is going to be a major segment next 5 years, I can say. And third, which is a major thing, and it's going to be booming in India in later or sooner, it's how the frameworks is going to be defined. Right? When I say frameworks, I'm more talking about few names I'm going to take. Please start writing. Even the recording is there. You can go and search. If you understand this framework, you are the already 2 step ahead with your competitors, right? So I feel like that, right? You also behave in the ecosystem where you feel you have to do something 2 step ahead wherever somebody or same peers are doing, and then only you can be uh, doing good for yourself, right? The frameworks, when I say, is you talk about NIS2, you talk about GDPR, you talk about DORA. These all frameworks are more familiar with EU side of the world, right? Even though states and India is still there, but not too much driven. I think everybody knows that European nations are little bit driven with the frameworks, little bit driven with policies, and too much of regulations, which is given to the people as a right? And then followed by Maitri framework. So these frameworks are going to define the layers of cybersecurity in the market, or I can say, define the layers of living a new norms in the United EU nations. When I say new norms, meaning if AI comes in the picture, you have to follow this framework. If you are living in the or in this EU nation, you have to follow this frameworks, meaning the public photos and things, many things, right? Meaning one of the example I'll give you. So data residue, meaning like your data cannot be moved from outside from EU. So that is the basic fundamental. Even though some of the countries like Luxembourg, if you are using the production data or whatever the data belongs to Luxembourg, your data center should be there in Luxembourg. As simple as it is. So that kind of regulation is started, which creates more complex, but at the same time, safety is priority for them, right? Second is, I think the last but the not the least, that this is one of the important point everybody should understand. Now the shift is zero trust or a first or a zero trust network or zero trust cybersecurity overall landscape, meaning you have to reduce the lesser and lesser human touch point across the security. Means you have to build your complete ecosystem as autonomous, where or might be some 5%, 2%, or 1% of the manual touch needed. And that is kind of means you secure all the layers of the cybersecurity. What are the layers? 8, 9 layers. I'm going to talk about layers of the cybersecurity as well, but that is the fundamental. Now, if I move to the fraud part or a losses part, it's the numbers are also high. Even though year on year, if you talk about 4 5 billion, it's a very big number, right? And globally, when you talk about it's close to 40 billion, which is again a very, very big number. Why this fraud is happening? How this fraud is happening? I do have a slides from last 100 years, from 1900 to 2226, how this fraud evolved from the day to day. We'll talk about more detail. Don't worry about that part. Now, second thing is the more or less the fraud and expend, if you see the ratio part is close to like overall expend, if you see it's like to 20 25%. So it means you are paying 200 euros, you are expending 25 euros as a fraud. Somebody is taking the fraud. So main segment of the work would be how you can reduce the fraud, right? Fraud reduction, it's again a very big topic. I'll again touch base this fraud part. How you reduce this fraud? Meaning, if you see the ecosystem is 25 or 30% of your expense is going on fraud, meaning something has to be done, right? And that is why I talk about the drivers, regulatory, and the shifts, right? I'll pause here. Any clarity, any question, or it's very clear this slide? Okay, the silent means things are good. Okay. Now, the second slide or a second part of, so my whole presentation has a separate part. You can see everything as a separate as well, or everything as a correlated as well. So it's like that only. Now, this is the major segment. I just want everybody to focus and remember these things. It's going to be helpful for you. Do not go in more detail. I think you have many chat GPTs, many Google, you can go in and type, but the core fundamental of cybersecurity lies in the 6 or 7 1 regulations. You can add it. I think I forgot that to add. Regulation should be there on top of that, or governance should be there, which is called as GRC. So the major element is the first one, which is I'm going to talk about in detail, identity and access management, meaning in simple word, when I say identity, my name, Pawan, is also identity. How do I define? I'm an employee identity to TCS. Like anybody can also define as a professor name. He or she is a teacher or professor to the college as identity. Then there is an identity called machine identity, meaning my laptop has identity, which is mapped to my company owned by them. somebody, it has some data related to my company, my identities, my business and everything. So that is also identity. And I'm telling you, machine identity management is one of the booming element right now. Machine learning, you guys are also learning more or less. Please focus on that part because uh, employee identities are still mature. Still, you have many products in the markets and things like that. Machine identity is going to be next player in the world. And third, which is a very most important identity, is a customer identity. Let's say you use SBI, right? SBI has how many? It should be more than 100K or 200K or might be more than that as a customer. How do you secure your customer identity as a secure? And why do you need this customer identity secure? Because your customer is mapped with the credit card, your Aadhaar card, your passport, everything. So that security is again one of the important factors where billions of US dollars are expending right now. How do you make a secure and reverse system? Right. If I move to the second one, it's very much self-explained. We are more talking about a structure way. It should be structurally secure. How do you define a structurally secure? It should be a smart. You go and search, you will find out 10, 20 things from different frameworks, different thoughts, and then you can follow the same thing. Right? That is very simple in terms of the structures part. But make sure if you're searching, you search in place of cybersecurity for EU side. So all the countries has a different way of talking about zero trust, but it's over net sales. We are talking about securing from end to end. Third, we are talking about threat detection and response, meaning how do you manage a threat? How do you manage or monitor the threat? Meaning that we called as a SOC as well, right? Meaning how do you, let's say when I say threat can be anything, right? I know you guys are starting getting emails, fraud emails. That is our threat. So these are the advanced or a very thread which can be seen by the naked eyes. But there are the threads where you cannot see from the naked eyes, like attacking in the firewalls. Firewalls. I hope everybody knows the firewalls now, right? If not, just feel free to ask me. Uh, so when we talk about the threads which can't be seen from your eyes, then you have a best product in the market. Microsoft has the product, Google has a product, then you have an independent product vendors has a product, Palo Alto has one of the product, CloudStrike has one of the product. Meaning these threads are kind of autonomous where I think minimum interaction of the human needed. Meaning you have a human body, right? uh, you can define all the policies and everything in the system itself, and that system start tracking that part. That is we called as a threat detection and response, right? It's a kind of monitoring and responding to any kind of threat. It's the fourth one would be a data protection. When I say data protection, I think names also talk about the same thing. I'm also talking about the same thing. How do you protect your data? Meaning, I'll give you an example of data protection. Data protection also some element of DLP, some element of encryption is also part of that. Meaning, you guys also seeing in WhatsApp, it says end-to-end encryption. How do you make sure this end-to-end encryption happen? Meaning, you have something written, it should be encrypted in some machine learning where somebody cannot hack, or if they are able to hack, they are not able to read it, right? And then followed by encryption of the some secure space you can store it. So that kind of model is already there, and most of the products, most of the high player like Microsoft has one of the best solution I can say right now in the market with the lower cost, and then many more. Now talking about networks, so these all names are very much, if you search, if you wanted to learn, each element has their own way of working. Each element has one of the booming element in the market, right? Uh, so if I'll quickly finish and then come back to the overview of the core part. Then the network side of the world, how do you secure your networks are secure, right? Even though nowadays we are talking about micro segmentation, meaning you divide the whole segment in spaces and then start protecting, right? Meaning when you start building a house. Let's say you are building a house. You will start try to define your bedroom and living area and the top floor, down floor, and then start seeing what kind of protections needed in living area, what kind of protection needed in bedroom, what kind of protection needed in kitchen. So that kind of network segmentation is also going, where we are trying to say we will going to protect end to end. All the endpoints are going to protect. When I say endpoint, meaning a touch point in the ecosystem. Ecosystem, I'm talking about whole landscape of IT, right? So my laptop is one of the endpoint. My phone can be one of the endpoint. Any devices can be endpoint for the any of the customer. How do you secure that? That is we are talking about. And then the fundamental, which is running from last more than many years, right? Where IT exists, this security part is exist. Where when I say cloud, I'm more talking about all different types of clouds. You can have a GCP, Google Cloud, you can have Azure Cloud, you can have a AWS, you can have a some of the Indian. We are also starting some of the native cloud, like Ola also started that, and then you have many more native players as well. How do you manage the cloud security? When I say cloud security, in within the cloud security, these all features are coincide with the cloud security. In the cloud security, you have to manage the identities, you have to manage the threads, you have to manage the data protection, you have to manage in, but in different manner, right? I'm not going to say it's everything is same and it should be a different manner. It's managed in the different manner, but overall, 10,000 steps. If you see, everything is looks similar, right? So I'll pause here, right? If you see all the 6, 7 segment, and on top of that, there is a GRC, meaning the frameworks, the governance, a kind of norms that need to follow from the country. Like, I hope you guys are also reading the news. Indian government also started to have their own local data centers in India, right? Facebook, WhatsApp, everybody are now started doing that. So that is the norm. That is the framework has government has created. So if you add the 6 plus 1 governance 7, I would suggest each of you noted down these 7 frameworks, 7 element, pick one, and this one is very close to my heart. Pick one and start reading about this at least for 6, 7 months. I'm telling you, you will loving it, and this is one of the booming element in the market right now. Everybody wanted somebody knows of frameworks. They wanted to hire them, right? I'll pause here again for 5, 6 seconds. Any clarity, anything you wanted to ask me? Okay, no problem. Feel free to ask me. Let's have how many people join in the call, right? Let me go back to the teams. We have around 78 folks. Feel free to ask me. Keep this meeting as engaging where we both can talk and reply on this thought, right? Let's go to the next slide. Now, so I told you initially that we are more talking about management of identity. So when we talk about fraud, first understand how do you manage the identity. When I say manage, meaning operation part, right? Most of the fraud happen with the operation part, right? Because there is no way other than that to make a fraud, right? Uh, so first, let's understand the management of identity, and you will going to surprise a little bit. Even the management in whatever technology is coming up, the basic fundamental of fraud, the basic fundamental of management remains same. It's like it's only thing is changing is removing the human touch point in the ecosystem. Meaning, let's have a minimum manual or human touch point in the complete process, right? So if you start from 1900 to 1999, which is close to 100 years, uh, till if you see 1999 means you have a start of early start of Infosys, TCAs, or 1020 in middle depth. Like it's they are closing starting because they are just more following the same now. Meaning, I hope some of them aware that initially we manage all the identity with the paperwork, right? Everything is a manual, proper manual directories where you have a manual papers, you have manual entries, you have to manage everything, and then later or sooner there is some kind of mainframe authentication started, which is again nobody knows how to manage, right? It's a top secret until now. This mainframe authentication, nobody knows how to manage, right? All the banks, everybody who using, they are trying to move from the mainframe security, right? And then later or sooner, like, because in 19 or 19 in late 90s, your big IT companies started working, so they have started introducing the concept of directory services, meaning directory services can be understood in the very simple manner. Like, you have a pages, right? You can create a column and row, and you can map with column and row with some of the element. When I say some of the element, meaning you can have a groups, like all the professors name should be in one group, all the students name in computer science should be one group. Even the computer science, you can segregate within age, between numbers, between uh, hobbies, between locations. These all can be created one group and segregated. So a similar kind of directory services with limited password kind of things has been created. So this is the whole. And then once you move to 20 2000 or 2014 or early 2000, where the IT is booming right now, then you will start seeing single sign in. Single sign in nowadays, you see OTPs and everything is coming, not in advanced version, but they started. Then you have role based access control. Nowadays, you can see in teams, right? Professor might be have a more access than student, or or management might be have a different kind of features than you because of your role. That is we called as a role based control. And then followed by till 2000 or 2012, you do not have a too much of cloud part of. Just please have a see in the names itself. First, it's absolutely manual or early digital. When I say early digital, I'm talking about directory services, little bit started what, and then 2000 to 2014 is all digital identity management, and then followed by 2015 to 2026 is all new way of managing the things. When I say new way, I think the scale of till here we are only talking about identity as little bit fully rely 90% rely on the human identity. When I say human, people like me, you, and everybody, we are not talking about machine like laptop management, but they have started little bit to managing like in the seat or somewhere who is owning the laptop and things like that. But 2015 is the year, or it's similar to plus minus one you can talk about, is where you start talking about more in terms of adaptive authentication, meaning how do you make sure learn and make authentication change. It can be two-factor authentication, it can multi-factor authentication, it can be zero trust verification, it can be no authentication. It's all dependent of you learn, you will try to do it. You learn, you will try to do it. Second thing is comes in the picture is segregation of identity. I was talking about these three things. Somebody need to go on mute.
हाँ तो 26 जनवरी के लिए फिर 13 को ही रहेगा.
I have muted you. Sorry. I think you should go. Now, coming back, my thought is, uh, I think I spoke for identity, right? The IGA stand for X Identity Governance Administrator, PAM stand for Privilege Administrator, CIM stand Customer Identity Management or Customer Infrastructure. Separate, I'll talk about Zero Trust and Continuous Verification. So this is more talking about your employee identity management. So if you search in IGA cybersecurity, you will find out at least 10 products in the market. All are top-notch product. If you have understand any of the product, you will not going to run with any company. Company will ask you for a job, right? That kind of importance I can talk about. PAM again, it's a privilege identity management. How do you manage your servers? How do you manage your networks, network devices, and many things. One of the best product Palo Alto has is a CyberArk. Then customer identity. I think most of the products has a customer identity. I think Microsoft has a Inter ID and Okta. These are all big products. You can say that it's managed by them. And certain chain, if you see, is from this to this is the kind of kind of importance given to the non-human identities. Most of the frauds it's nowadays is not from the identity of the employee. Yes, it is there, but majority is from the non-identity, the service accounts, meaning you create a service account for doing some work. Means if you have AI, you want AI to do some of the process day-to-day operations, you have to create some service account which is mapped to the AI, and then you will train the service account, and that training of service account will do the work. How do you secure the service account? That is very much focused because now we are talking about cloud, AI, Gen AI, machine learning. I do not know how many guys you know PQC, post quantum cryptography. How do you secure your quantums? Right now, you are not using the quantum machine. Later or sooner, in next couple of years, you have to be a quantum safe machine. Else, anybody can have hack that. Then the followed by policy at the code, just in time, zero standing privilege. These all things meaning just in time, meaning I need access for these 2 hours. Give me the access for those. So let's say I'm a developer. Why developer need access of production? If every years just for 2 hours he's using, just give the access for 2 hours. That kind of model has been started. So this is the whole in nutshell the summary view of identity across close to 100 years, right? And I think couple of years I can give you at least for a decade or more than that experience. It's very similar what I'm talking about. It's very real on ground. It's not in paper. It's absolutely real, and that is kind of shift we are seeing. And might be after 2026 or in 2026, there should be a Gen AI management based management of an AI, right? Or AI management, how AI is going to manage the identity. And I hope everybody is now talking about AI comes in the picture, it will take the jobs and things like that. But it will going to take the jobs. I'm not going to deny, but if you know the technology, how to make it, how to understand the technology, the day it's going to be human touch, nothing can be replaced, right? But your work is going to be optimized by AI, and that is something everybody is trying to do. All the big company, you take it, TCS, Accenture, Capgemini, SCL, whatnot, the states, Microsofts, and AWS, Palo Alto, everybody is trying to do optimize the run rate, whatever the effort needed right now, it should be reduced in future. It cannot be done as a zero, but for it can be done for a zero for those activity where the tasks are repeated, meaning you are doing the same task day by day, and you can note this task and draw some boxes that step one, step two, step three, and then you can do it. The bot can do that, and that is something I have. These all things are very similar. We are doing not right now. It's 5, 6 years back. Also, we are doing so with the RPA tools or robotic tools. Right. I'll again pause here for a couple of more seconds and then I'll move to the next slide. Any clarity needed? Any questions? What is LDAP? I'm not explaining too much LDAP SSO because I just want somebody to ask. Else, I'll make it. Guys. A SOC, ISO, what kind of rack up? What do you mean by rack up? What is X500? If you see, there is too many names. What is just in time? Any clarity, anything you needed in our your viewpoint in identity, anything is also okay. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah. Now, so till now, if I summarize everything, so we talk about overall view of how much money or how much expend and fraud in the ecosystem in cybersecurity. And if you guys remember, it's close to 200 billion, right? Uh, Identity would be nothing less than 20% of that amount. So identity is one of the major segment or driving section in nowadays. Identity, if you secure the identity, meaning you are securing 20-25% of the network, because most of the frauds nowadays is happening with the employees and machine identity. It can be in cloud, can be anywhere. So that kind of model you have in the ecosystem, right? Let's and then followed by we talk about identity, how it is evolved from 1900 to till now, and what kind of changes is driving. More or less, the changes are more digital, AI, cloud, or a kind of machine learnings, making sure your bot is learning your day-to-day operation and try to do that without manual intervention. That kind of model we learn. Now, let's talk about little bit how. So if you talk about identity, how it is evolved, you should talk about how the fraud evolved, and think through, right? I will ask some of the question, and that how identity evolve and how fraud evolve, what kind of similarity you see. If you ask me, my experience is, if you sit 10,000 steps, if you see, the basic fundamentals remain same. The way of doing is start changing, right? It might be more advanced way of they are doing or something like that, but fundamental remains same. So initially it was initially, that it was a paperwork, like physical. The physical was, somebody can stolen the paper, somebody can damage the paper, somebody can modify the paper. As simple as it is, that is what happening. I think you guys also seeing some of the movies where what exactly happened in 23rd or late or early 20s with the bank, where they are trying to give a manual documents to some of them, and they are misusing them, and somehow it's going to be fraud to the bank and things like that. Because of everything is in paper. Anybody can write something and give it to. If you are in top management and carrying the chairs, you try to favor them, and that kind of problem is one of the biggest problem because of the documents are physical. Second, uh, second part is, you can't secure a physical document if within your ecosystem. If anybody is modified, nobody remembers what is the last numbers, and finding out that person is also again a different challenge, because there is no footprint. Eh, so if you do not have a footprint, if you do not have any, and getting a camera and everything hacked, it's not very normal now in late early 20s as well. So that is the biggest problem where frauds happen a lot. Meaning like, and you see, meaning like making uh identity favoring something, and I making sure identity has been revolve around here and there. That has happened in 1900 to 1999. Let's move to the early 2000 and 2014. Now, in era of digital identity and internet fraud, I think these are the one of the element, and one of the element where it started, that which give the footprint of 2026 as well. So more or less, it's like people start harvesting the credential. When I say harvesting, uh, it's talk about misusing your credential, and try to I think you also reading too many news. How many people are misusing the Aadhaar and taking a wrong SIM or false SIM? This is all digital identity. So you have Aadhaar, somebody is using your Aadhaar to take a SIM, but nowadays it's absolutely banned because of the multi-factor authentication and everything I'll talk about. Because I also work little bit with the Aadhaar team. I think not now, it's like more than 6 7 years back. uh, so more or less, so when you talk about digital identity and internet frauds, we are more talking about the credential mismatching, or playing with the credential, or making sure that the data can be accessed. It's like basic fundamental we are talking about. And then when you move to the 2025 to 2026, it's all AI powered frauds, right? It's all non-human frauds. Uh, I hope you guys are familiar with all the editing apps. Now you have a Gen AI, you take my picture and paste and ask him to replace some names or something. Everything is very much possible. That is what right now happening. That is what nobody knows, that non-human identities are is one of the risks in Gen AI world. Your non-human identities has been created, like my laptop can also consider as a non-human identity. It's one of the greatest risks to my organization, and that is why they are expending money. So we do have a G scaler installed in our machines and things like that. So, and that is very much important to understand to everybody, right? If you know the current landscape and what is going to happen in next 5, 10 years, your life is very much sorted and very much simple. Uh, if you see the fundamental for 1, 2, 3 blocks, and then I'll summarize what is evolved. This is the summary view. I'll just summarize in, let's say, 5 minutes. So if you see this manual identity to the digital era of cloud, what exactly is happening? It's the shift from the human identity to the non-human identity. I think if you remember, the same thing we talk about the my identity management way. So now everybody is more focusing on no non-identity management, because it's a fraud. It's a proactive way of they are managing, because that is the more or less element where you cannot train them. You have to make the process very much strong. And how do you train your laptop to behave like that? You can build on top layers. It's not a human being where you can train. uh, these are the false emails and you shouldn't click and things like that. You can go ahead and train human beings and they can train it. For machine, you have to create a layers. You have to create some ecosystem where they can where you can protect. They are not going to do anything. It's like you have to do the things where you have to protect, right? So if you start from this to this, right, initially, if you see the first part, first element, the fraud evolved from the physical intervention to AI driven. One example to you is early 1900. You have everything in paper. Things can be dismantled, things can be changed and favor something. Now AI, same kind of ecosystem you can modify by AI. Simple, right? It's very similar, but it's all we are talking about AI driven. Second, non-human identities, right? Introduction is happen. Non-human identities like bots. When I say bots, bots generally create to do a day-to-day operations in. When I say day-to-day operation, I'm more talking about same sets of operation. Like these are the 10 things a bot need to do, and then generally you create a bot and train them, and then something is generally happen. Then there is a API keys, meaning your keys can be secure somewhere. So from this creation to make sure this is very much secure and very much identified, that is something we are talking about in as a non-human identity, which is one of the famous one. I must say, everybody start reading about non-human identities. What do you mean by non-human identity? How do you secure? What are the best product in the market? What are the best processes in the market? What are the frameworks in the market? I think this is going to help you a lot. And the last one is the identity fraud. Nowadays, you need not to think too much about identity. If you wanted to create a similar your social media page, you go and ask Chat GPT, get all the information. Even though you search my name in the LinkedIn Chat GPT, you will get all the details. So I do not know. That is why I was trying to say, very careful with identity nowadays. Whatever you are posting, whatever you are trying to do, very, very careful. And uh, this identity is one of the element you should very much careful in terms of what you're trying to do. And start reading about identity frauds, start reading about new norms of identity. If you're using any of the social media, you should learn what is your identity, how do you secure your identity. Later or sooner you will get to know that the importance of the identity, what kind of laws has been created for you. It can be happen anything to you, right? But the fundamental should be very simple. You should aware about your laws, you should aware about the management, you should aware about how do you behave in case of identity fraud. I'll tell you one example. So it's like not right now, it's close to 10 years back. So I was working day to day in my office, and then I get to know that there is one lady got fraud uh, in the office itself. And she was going back to the office to home, picking the parcel, and then the parcel or this guy asked the OTP. I do not know how it actually happened. I'm just giving you the viewpoint. Asked the OTP and she shared the OTP and get receive a parcel. Somehow she are able to get to know that this guy is not genuine, and the parcel is also packed with something, and then OTP is to clone the phone of that girl. And that kind of model is right now. Whosoever you are sharing OTPs, whosoever you are sharing some information or try to connect with them, see, before connecting, just have a viewpoint. Do you really wanted to connect? Do you really wanted to see? Validate one round. So in security, we generally say have a three layer of the element. Layer one, validate. Layer two will be just wait and think, and layer third will be action. So that kind of model you have to create in yourself as well. And if you are able to start thinking now, at least in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, you will start thinking about securities and cyber and everything, right? Yeah. So this is whole slide I have. I have one more or two more slides talks about the summary view, but I just do not want to talk about more fancy workflows and things like that. I just wanted to give you the viewpoint, how the cybersecurity evolved, how the identity management evolve, how the fraud evolve, and what is the core element of cybersecurity. So these are the four fundamental I wanted to give back to you. Later or sooner, if you have some time, I can also come back and talk about more detail into cybersecurity. It's again needed too many times, and we can also plan sometime later. Right? Any question till date? Any question till time? Any clarity needed? Anything in chat as well? No? Okay. Let's move to the last slide. Yeah. So this is one of the summary. I can say that I'll take 10 minutes to talk about the slide, and then it's open. Next 10 minutes is open for you guys to any Q&A. And then, yeah. So I think I was talking last 40 minutes or 45 minutes, the same line. Identity first security should be implemented across the unit. Nowadays is already there. In your college, you also see that your identity is created first and then only you will get enter. So that is identity first security, meaning your identity will validate with multi layers operation. So once you start your journey with your campus, let's say you get a letter from the campus that you have to join this college and so and so, then the process start validation of your identity, validation of your credential, validation of your background, validation of many more things. And then you will create identity. And how do you create identity? You create identity with certain workflows, meaning your your ecosystem has been created. Some of the workflows given to student for computer science, might be other department, might be show department, might be masters, might be PhDs, and everybody has created some kind of workflows and processes in the system. And those systems will automatically pick your name, and you have to just assign the group, meaning you create a group name with this so and so on, and you assign the group with that identity. And then all the process and elements are going to align or map to that identity. That is very much fundamental in modern security or access identity management. You and the most important in a modern security is educate your workforce, train your workforce day to day. Training can be done one to one, training can be done group, training can be done sharing a document, training can be done by giving some of the sample examples, how generally happen. These all are training that can be done. and that is very much important in the ecosystem if you wanted to build a modern security, modern identity, cybersecurity in the ecosystem. And the fundamental of the modern identity would be managing all the landscape. When I say all the landscape, meaning your customer identities. When I say customer identity, I'm talking about customer identity in cloud, in on-prem, or in multi-cloud environment, or in mainframe security. Everywhere, wherever you have identity of your customers, it should be managed in the similar fashion. The way of doing is going to be different, but your policies, your workflows, your it should be similar. It should not be in cloud, you will give 10 more X's, in on-prem, you will give 5 X's. I do not know. Then the whole ecosystem is going to be chaos, and then you have to create some kind of standard processes on the your organization viewpoint. One of the major viewpoint I can say you that once the employee leave the company, they are not going to join back. That is a policy given. But in the ecosystem, how do you define is once the employee leave in 13 in the day of leaving, the identity need to be removed. In 30 days, the identity need to be moved in the some other OUs or other O non-active where the access and license are not going to charge. Let's say after 6 months, it should be erased. After 2 years, all the identity is erased from the complete environment. So these all models you have to start building based on how do you because you can't keep identity along. It means if you are keeping the identity long without any use, then you have to secure that identity as well. When you start securing the identity, it means you require the money to secure as well. So that kind of modern cybersecurity need to be built where your policy should be written, your processes should be given, your training of identity should be given, your customer identity policies should be very much defined. You should use the best product in the market or best features in the market right now, and then followed by you start learning and learning on that one. Sorry, somebody's asking.
No.
No,
Okay,
sir, you
okay.
can continue.
Yeah. So the next element of the summary view will be AI integration. I think most of everybody is talking about AI, but it's very critical. How do you adopt AI in the ecosystem which without any too much of intervention of new need not to be created new things in the ecosystem. You have to just create a kind of real time integration. Nowadays, AI integration can be done very simple manner. Let's say I'll give you example of the AI integration or removing the manual touch point. Now there is a process called role mining. When I say role mining, meaning I am employee of TCS, might be I report to four more person, might be I own four more license, might be I own four accesses in different geography. Who is going to say that my accesses and everything is good and everything is as per process, everything as per norms, everything as for my role and things like that. One way is you take my name, figure out everything, create something somewhere, and start validating the things with my management. That is one way. Second way is you enable the features from AI, meaning you take the standard data from the corporate, feed on the AI engine. When I say AI engine, I'm more talking about your scripts and that need to be created, which we already have some of the engines in the bucket, and then followed by validation. So in the process generally takes 3 months to validate any of the good mature organization. With the help of AI, you can do in a week or so the complete road mining, meaning you will get a standard report saying that these are the 50,000 employees you have, and these are the accesses, and these are the approved accesses from you, or these are the non-approved accesses from you. And then at the same time, you can take the action as well. If your organization wanted those who do not have approval, remove the access, the AI can remove the accesses as well. So very smooth. AI should be add on your work. It should not be created from scratch. If you start creating from scratch, it means the complete 2020 till 2020 or 2022, your work is no more in use. It should be add-on. AI is going to add on services. We always called add-on services to existing products. Will give you the more flex in terms of taking a autonomous governance. If you start creating these kind of role mining, these kind of processes, this kind of engine, it means you have to just give a last step to validate or give the information to them or taking a side out. So AI will take care of your governance and everything. Yeah. That is AI. And I'm telling you, next 5 years, it's going to be a roller coaster. Whosoever is doing uh, a kind of manual activity, everybody is going to be replaced by AI or might be optimized by AI. So nobody wanted a manual human intervention. Let's say manual intervention. When I say, it can be anything. It can be parking a car. You need not to worry about how to park a car. AI will take care in next couple of years in India as well. But again, we'll see. We'll see because it's all infrastructures and everything is also there. But in now, most of the few of the countries, they started everything is autonomous as a AI for say. Now, the last point I have for this meeting, with in couple of minutes, I'll finish it and then I'll open for any clarity, questions, anything needed. And I have already shared this deck. Feel free to explore internally. Feel free to explore. There is nothing material from my company. It's all research-based creation. So it's everything for you. You guys can explore, send me emails and anything you needed. Connect me over in LinkedIn. Anything is okay for me. The key best practices of part would be one, I don't know what kind of password authentication you guys using. So now the next norm and very much resistance in terms of how do you secure or how do you make your complete ecosystem is password-less authentication. Password-less authentication meaning there should not be no password in the ecosystem, but it doesn't mean you are not going to validate. It's going to be multi-factor authentication. It's not just a password. It can be many of the app using app, meaning this is one of the key part generally everybody is trying to do. That is from the human side of the world. Sorry, somebody has ring my phone. Sorry for that. Now, second would be a least privilege, a machine identity side of the world, meaning how do you make sure your machine identities are secure? One of the most fundamental is do not give too much privilege accesses to everybody as a user. Limit the privilege accesses and also give access to the machine to just in time kind of thing. So, and that is why you are going to be more secure, meaning if I am a developer or if I am the resource who wanted the access for 2 hours, why do you need over a year to give the access? Just give for 2 hours. And the third and most important point is it should be a vaulting, it should be a governance, it should be a overview of the landscape, and governance should be managed by individual. It should be managed from the individual to and creating the whole organization on top of that. So that is the whole fundamental of identity. So I'm talking about too much of non-human identity because I'm seeing this non-human identities are going to be next AI in identity and access management. So whosoever is feeling identity would be the main element of their work and if they wanted to build the career, start reading about non-human identity. First, the basic fundamentals and then followed by anything you can read. So in summary view, if I say from we talk about from 1900 to 2226, the fundamentals start from the manual paperwork to the AI world. And if you see, we are all talking about zero trust networks. We are all talking about the security first model. We are all talking about how do you make sure your modern security is going to be advanced, the fundamentals are few pillars, right? One pillar would be upgrading yourself. And these all pillars are also true for your own life as well, even though I also generally follow that. Upgrading yourself, meaning if your system is behaving, let's say 8 or 0, you should be upgrade somewhere. What is the current demand in AI? Enable the real time feeds to system. More or less, you should aware about the current trend, and then you enable real time acceptance, meaning you create a governance where you can see what kind of model are there and what are the things are more booming right now, what are the things I should pick and choose and try to drive. Third, which is the most important one, would be is it's not just identity people like me and you, it's also identity or day-to-day operation. Your phones are one of the non-human identity. Do not uh, and do not make like try to learn what is the non-human identity and how to use it. And please learn more in terms of your governance as well. What kind of norms you have, what kind of policies, whosoever countries you are living. So you start with the country, you move to the states, and then move to the locality. Everything has been given by the government of India, or wherever you are living right now. Read out your governance policies, read out your identity policies, read out the things. Do not use it, it's okay, but understand first. Right? That is very much fundamental right nowadays. You should be, you educate yourself. What are the norms you have in your bucket? I do not know how many you know. If you get fraud within 24 hours, if you complain it, I think in 30 days or 60 days, you will get the money back from the bank. But there is some process. So you have to start learning in terms of how do you, so you start learning from the framework, meaning what are the norms you have. You start learning what are the best products in market. You start learning about AI in IM, and then followed by non-human identity. These 4 5 things, it's going to help you in your life as well, right? And the last point that I have is when I say norms, you'll read out the regulatory policies as well. What is the ISO certificates? What kind of GDPR laws? What kind of identity laws you are applicable as a in our country, right? These all things you should learn and understand that part, and that is very much important in terms of getting yourself living in 2026. It's going to be more technology driven. Next 5 years, we are thinking about AI is going to be more powered, at least next 5 years, where technology going to talk. Nobody wanted people coming up and doing some kind of repeated tasks or SOP based tasks. And none of the organization is ready to train because they feel everything is already there in your internet, just a click away from you. So everybody is expecting you should learn and come back. Even though you are a fresher, a college student, that nobody cares about that part. So so this is the correct time. You pick some of the topics, start learning, prepare yourself, and and this is one of the craziest industry, I can say that. So it's one of the uh, highly demand job, I can say, in the market in cybersecurity right now. Even though AI is going to be more demanding, but AI and cybersecurity will run parallelly. But that kind of model, I can say you, it's something we should more focus and we should more learning on that part. Yeah, I think this is. I have my slides. But now I have, I think if I'm not wrong, I have 5 minute or 10 minutes. I'll pause here. I'll stop my sharing and open for any clarity, any question, anything you need from me. You can type in chat or so. This is my slide. Thank you for listening me politely and silently so that I can cover my topic. I hope I have making whatever I have promised, that giving a view of cybersecurity as a practice. What are the core capabilities? What kind of market spend, or what kind of fraud? That is the second topic. And third one would be how the identity has been evolved along with fraud and the summary view. So I hope that minimum thing I'm able to cover it. I'll pause here for any clarity, anything you wanted from me. Yeah, over to you, Sunny and Doctor.
Your participants, if you have any more queries, you can put it in the chat box or you can unmute and directly ask to the resource person.
Pawan, it's indeed a very clear presentation, starting from the beginning, the fundamentals to creating awareness. What is the current strategy, with respect to security? And you started with some negative aspect of it, inducing some interest or awareness to the participants why we should be aware of it. Then you have even no, actually, I had some questions that those are all even touched upon in the course of the presentation. I actually am thought of asking how the students prepare themselves to build their careers in this domain, and that also you answered at the end. Thank you so much for your time and that to your weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's pleasure for me, Professor. I think looking forward for more engagement. But only thing, guys, it's a right time to ask the question, right? Always be open with the question. There is no good, bad. Even though when I was there in the school days, I think same feedback I received from the speakers. But I will also go ahead and say the same thing that there is nothing called good or bad. You should be vocal enough. We are talking about Gen AI world. If you're not vocal, I think Gen AI can also take your voice as well. So that is the statement. I just finished that. And thank you for inviting me. And it's pleasure. I think 12 minutes we can save our calendar. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable and informative session. It was indeed an honor to have you with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody. Bye.
Your participants, our next session, the third session, will be starting at 5 p.m. So we'll have a small break till then. Thank you. Mr. Jiva, is
All
my
right.
voice audible to you?
Absolutely.
Welcome, sir.
Please call me Jiva. That will be easier for all of us. Thank you so much, Joffin.
Okay.
All right. Ramani, nice to see you with the elite group of people. Very different setup than what I have gotten used to looking at you. Let me know whenever you are all ready and then we can begin, okay? I
Can
think
we
you're
start?
on mute, Ram.
Ma'am, your mic is.
Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm in mute. Good morning, Shiva.
All right.
Shani, let us wait for 5 more minutes for
Okay.
the participants to join, then we'll start the session.
While we are waiting for other people, why
Okay,
don't we
then we'll
just make
start.
it very interactive? No,
Okay, fine,
we will
fine.
give a little more time for other people. I just got up as well. It's I'm in the US, and it is
Okay.
about 6:30 in the morning for me as well. So we have about 62 people. Let's make it a little interactive because am I the last person of this entire 3-day event that you have held?
Yes, you are going to
It's
conclude
5 days,
this.
sir.
5-day. All right, 5
5 to
day.
6 days.
No, 6 days.
6 days, 6 days.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's really tenacious of all of you to just stay put and go through all of these sessions. So hopefully you took a lot of value out of the time commitment that you put. So let's make it a little interactive. I want to get a little bit of feedback from all the 5 sessions that you have done. If you can come off your mute, this is a friendly setup. And I am very, very excited about doing this session and talking to all of you, sharing some of the thoughts that I have about advancements in the cloud computing, because I'm going to introduce myself in a short time. I'm in the very forefront of this entire cloud computing and AI at Microsoft. So I get to see a lot of stuff, and I get to work with about some of the most innovative companies in the entire world. But it will be good to see some of the feedback that you got from your academic community. Where do you see that in the next, if you were to walk away with a great win in the next 1.5 hours for your time investment, what is a good win looks like? What do you like to hear from me? And I can keep that in my mind while I go through the slides, and I make sure that I provide some clarity around it if I can. So let's make it very interactive. Shani Joffen, you were the one who opened the session. Let's start with you.
So we were discussing about the cybersecurity. So we could see a lot of domains in where cybersecurity is one blooming area that is going to evolve. So where and which area that we have to apply, they were teaching us all these things. So I found that the domain quite interesting. And yeah, I got a lot of more knowledge from that particular topic.
Beautiful. And if we for the next 90 minutes, because I'm going to talk about some cloud and AI stuff, what is your take on where we can go from here? What's your good value take? What do you like to hear from me? All right. I'm sorry to put you on spot. That's okay. No problem at all. It can, you have sat through about 5 days of session, so it can become a tough one to answer right on the spot. But let me level set the expectations about what I'm planning to do in the 90 minutes, and then maybe we can use it as a foundation to refine. Okay. I do, as part of my job at Microsoft, I meet with about academic community probably about 3 to 4 times, and that is the US universities. I'm actually part of the technology advisory board at the Rutgers University in New Jersey. And as part of that, I do about 3 to 4 academic engagements, and predominantly my sessions are focused on about what are the technological advancements that the company is engaged in, where do you think the industry is going, what's happening with all the companies which are trying to leverage the technology and all that stuff. So It's more about what's coming ahead. It's providing a light to the technology and the advancements that are coming ahead of time or what has come more than anything else. So it will not be academic for sure. I want to clearly clear that out. Of course, anyone who have joined this call, when I came in, you all know that I called out Ramani, and that's primarily because we both were classmates. And, of course, Ramani really took the time to study, and she is very in-depth in anything that she did. But I'm on the opposite. I'm on the opposite side. I'm on the outcast. I'm not a teacher's dream for sure. So I rarely made it to the classes, and somehow it's a privilege that I'm actually get to do what I'm doing right now. So I am more on the business side, but I can actually provide a lot of light about how things are coming along. Okay.
Before starting the session, sir, I think it's my duty to formally introduce you to everyone else, all the participants. Can I go ahead, sir?
Yes, absolutely. I have a few slides to talk about me as well, so I can introduce myself.
We now proceed to the third and final technical session of day 6 of the 6th-day ATAL-sponsored online faculty development program on advancements in cloud and edge computing, research and industry perspectives. The final session of the day focuses on an interactive and forward-looking topic, edge, cloud, and IoT integration, which highlights how the convergence of these technologies is driving intelligent, scalable, and data-driven digital ecosystems. It is my privilege to introduce our third person for the day, Mr. Jiva AKR, who serves as global leader Azure Analytics at Microsoft New York, United States of America. So brings with him rich global industry experience in cloud analytics, enterprise cloud strategy, and large-scale digital transformation initiatives. His session will be providing us with valuable global perspectives and real-world insights into integrated cloud and edge solutions. So we are honored to have you with us today. I kindly invite you to take over the session and share your expertise on edge, cloud, and IoT integration. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction and setting up the stage. Before I begin, I want to do a couple of things, call out some of the logistical stuff. One, I'm going to do my screen share in Teams, and usually when that happens, I lose the ability to look at the audience. So at any point in time, if you have any questions or clarifications about what I present, I would appreciate if you can, instead of raising your hand, if you can call me out. Somebody can come on the mute and say, Jiva, you can, we have a question or something like that. So it help me to understand that you are willing to pause. We are willing to ask a question, and then we can pause the session. Okay. And that's number one. And number two, I want a little more energy into this call before I go in. I understand it is Saturday evening at 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock into your time, and you have multitude of things to do on a Saturday evening than sitting and listening to a technology session. But I want energy coming into this session. Give me a thumbs up about if you have the last bit of energy to go through the last 90 minutes. If you have, I'm sure in Teams you have reactions. Yes, I see 2 thumbs up coming in from Ramani. She clicked 5 times, but it only showed 2. But I want all 71 people to click on the emotions. Can you click on it before we begin? I want thumbs up coming in from all the 71 people. Awesome. Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. It really makes it interesting. And I know anytime when I actually present, I always ask for a participant participation, primarily because it makes us more interesting. It makes the session more interesting. It gives us energy as well. All right. So before we go through the whole session, I think the number one thing that I wanted to call out is I think I pulled the wrong slide. That's great. Let's go through one more time. All right. I think I'm in the right deck. All right. So are you all able to see my slide that says advancements in cloud computing and edge computing? Give me a thumbs up again.
Yes,
one
sir.
more time. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. So let me start with my own introduction. I already gave a glimpse of what I was and my association with Dr. Ramani, as you would know her in the recent times. We both actually go a long back from our bachelor's days. We studied together in Tamil Nadu College of Engineering. And like I said, I was more of an outcast than of a teacher's dream. And even then, when she was actually pursuing her bachelor's, she spent additional money to go and learn about Microsoft Windows, and she was very savvy about computers. And on the other side, I was the one who was mocking her. And but the reality of life is that I'm working at Microsoft, and she is actually in India doing the academics. So just a strange coincidence between the path that we have actually come along. But my currently I lead Azure Analytics go to market at Microsoft. Basically, it is about a $8 billion business. It is a privilege and a pride to run a business of this magnitude. It's close to like 70,000 crores. And anything that you have heard about Microsoft Azure in Microsoft Fabric, which is a data platform, Azure Databricks, which is a Spark-based platform, all these are some of the brand names or the product names that I manage. And typically, I get to count all the revenue dollars that comes all across the world through these two different products. And I'm pretty confident that you would have heard about another product, and I'm sure you will be familiar with that, is Power BI. All these are the Azure Analytics portfolio, and I get to manage all the revenue and the business management all across the world. But before I came over to Microsoft about 5 years ago, I actually did some pretty cool stuff. I actually worked I all along my life in the last 30 years, I was in the data business. So predominantly anything that I have done has got an underpinning and lineage to how the data world has evolved. And you can clearly see that in between Dell and Curtiss-Wright, you see a name called Electron. That is my startup. So I got to do something that is wonderful during the big data evolutionary days. I'm pretty confident all of you have heard about big data back in 2010s, or when companies like Yahoo and Google came about. They thought that relational database technologies alone is not going to help companies to store and retrieve information at scale. And they came up with a project called Project Apache. And Project Apache later became Hadoop. And back in year 2010 to 2020, until COVID came, it was a very popular technology within the enterprise environment. And within the Hadoop ecosystem, a lot of different innovations came in the databases side. So the database, relational databases gave birth to multitudes of other databases like NoSQL databases, data stores, object-oriented databases, new SQL databases, and large stream databases, real-time databases, and all that. And in that sense, my company, Electron Database, we leveraged Postgres and we refined it to make sure that it actually works for real-time analytics as well. So my company was actually acquired by Pivot EMC back at the time, and the EMC was acquired by Dell Technologies. And then that's when I was running the data business for quite a period of time. But then like I said, I have raised 3 rounds of venture capital in the US. I have a rich experience of going through the evolution of the entire company from idea to acquisition. So that is something that I'm super proud of about what I have done within my career. And more importantly, I am actually thrilled that I have been part of two new important product launches. Like I said, if anyone can actually take a time, go after this call and type in Microsoft Fabric. It is the integrated data platform from Microsoft that allows the companies to take the data from the lake all the way to the business users through insight. Every single compute engines that they need, everything is available in one single integrated platform. So I have been privileged to go through this whole product launch from the idea all the way to now with nearly about 25,000 customers. And likewise for Spark based platform called Azure Databricks as well. Needless to say, I am in the data side, so I'm like a carpenter in the technology world. Nothing, I can't do anything other than the carpentry, which is the data business. And but it is an interesting space. You know, if you have seen the evolution of how it has come along, for nearly 20 years, all my life, I have been talking to customers about getting data ready for analytics. And then all that we have done in the recent 2 years' time is getting your data ready for AI. And basically, it has created a lot of significance and brought significant focus and importance to how the companies are leveraging all the data. All right. So beyond my work, I also spend a lot of my time in the space science. I'm very, very interested about what's happening outside of our planet Earth, and it's a very interesting ways to just take time away from my work and learn about other planets and everything as well. So that's briefly about me. Let me take a pause here. Am I resonating with you so far? Give me a thumbs up. Did I all lose you just in the introduction itself before we go to the next one? All right, thank you. And I told you in the beginning itself that I'm actually joining the call from US, and I actually live in a city called Cleveland, Ohio, and I am a big proponent of a visual person. So you don't like to say I'm from this city when people can't associate themselves with. So I thought I will capture a picture of where I am doing the session from. If you drive from New York to Chicago, it takes about precisely 12 hours. And then I'm precisely in the sixth hour of either side. So if I turn west, I go to Chicago 6 hours, and then turn east 6 hours, I go to New York. It's a very cold place. Right now, it is about probably -2 degrees C for you, or -5 degrees C, or something like that. We get a lot of snow. In fact, we had a lot of snow in the last 2 months' time. We have nearly 2 feet of snow outside right now, primarily because of the water body that you see outside, which is we call it as Great Lakes. So anytime when, just like the same Indian concept where when the clouds move over the mountain bodies, then they get cool, and then you get a lot of rain, very a lot of rain, and then it's a similar concept. When clouds actually come over the water body at this temperature, we get a lot of snow around that. So that's a brief introduction about me and also about where I live. Now, I would like to share about where the industry is actually heading towards. I know the topic is actually edge and cloud integration, but integration could be multitudes of things, right? It could be taken as just physical integration of stuff, which the industry was figuring out a long period of time. Connecting two different things to make sense was a big deal for a majority of the time. And then we came into the world that now connecting the two things is not enough. Now we need to think about how do we actually bring data from all these things, and so we can actually observe and analyze, right? So monitoring purposes. And then we move to the world that monitoring and observation is not enough. We need to think about how we are actually going to observe and predict what's going to happen, right? Now, not only that we are actually getting to the point of predict, we are actually going into the prescriptive time, is about if this is going to happen, these are the necessary steps that you need to do and all that stuff. So, but in what I trying to say is that I have been in this industry for about last 30 years time. I have never seen such a pace of innovation that is happening around us in the last 2 years time. Think about, I almost feel like, I started my career almost at the dawn of, the dusk of the mainframe world, so AS400, at the dawn of the client server era, right? And then we just moved into the year 2000s with the mobile computing. And then later 2000s, we saw about the emergence of cloud computing and all that stuff. But we were almost feeling like, we were coasting along in a parachute until 2022 in October. The chat GPT came along, and all of a sudden I feel like our parachute just landed in the middle of a race car track, and every single
Jiva, you are muted. You are on mute.
I think that's because somebody muted me.
Okay, fine.
All right. So now let's go through if you look at I am a big believer in telling a story. And to talk about how the rapid evolution of technologies and the pace of innovation is actually accelerating, it's important to put it in the context of the evolution of how humans have come along. We need to just think about for nearly 2.5 million years. Okay, it's in our human evolution. It's not really a big time. But if you think about it, if you go past all the way to the start of the 2.5 million years, and that's where the evidence of the humans as Homo sapiens were trying to make use of all the stones as weapons, right? All tools, not weapons. And from that age, all the way fast forward nearly about 2 million years, all that if you see the progress that we have made, the only innovation that we have actually, the evidence shows that only innovation that we have done is to how to tame a fire, right? It's a big deal because it led to a lot of other innovations. But for nearly 2 million years, as Homo sapiens, the only innovation, notable innovation that came in is only about fire. Now, fast forward all the way to 3500 BCs, that's when the evidence shows that we have invented the wheel. And then about 500 BC, we have gone through the ages of bronze and iron ages, which led to a lot of innovations, right? But if you look at 1,000 years ago, just about 1,500 to 1,800, one thing gets invented, and within a short period of time, relatively short period of time, we are landing the man on a moon. Okay, think about for a moment. This thing is called the printing press. Printing press is kind of like one of the most important radical accelerant in our technology innovation, because number one, it allowed us to capture all the innovations that came in our brain, and all the ideas that was get stored, and it allowed us to, more importantly, share that information and allowed other people to innovate on top of it, right? Even if you, whenever I talk about different type technologies, one of the most common thing that I get asked is about, is it a hype curve that we are going through? And I'm pretty confident that majority of you who are sitting in this session already would have heard about Gartner hype curve and all that stuff. So every time when there is a new technology comes in, the analyst firms actually predict what is going to be the impact of the technology, whether it is still going through a hype curve or is it here to stay and all that. So if you look at how AI has actually come along, is AI and big data is another facade, like other technologies that we have seen. What the evidence shows is that it is technically not, because if you think about the same printing press that I talked about, one of the most important project Madison project is something that it actually calculates the impact of GDP by technology. So if you think about printing press back in 1400 to 1800, the entire global GDP was about less than $500 billion. And then in year to 10,000 to 1,500 or 1,800, we come up with all the steam engine technologies and telegraph, which actually pushed the GDP to $10 trillion because we are connecting more and more. And then with the innovation of internal combustion engines and the planes, now we push the entire technology to nearly $100 trillion. With mobile phones and AI, we clearly see that now almost trillion-dollar companies are actually coming along almost in every quarter, right? There are 5 or 6 different trillion-dollar economies created just by the companies itself, like Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, and all that stuff. So definitely AI is actually creating a lot of momentum and a lot of urgency with our customers. Technically, I have not walked into any one of the customers in the recent times where the customer said that I have time to think about this technology and I will try to do what in a later stage. There is a sense of urgency. There is a sense of FOMO, which is that I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to have, I don't want to know what, I don't want to experience what happened to Nokia or other examples that you have seen in the world where they were dominant technology players. Even consider companies like GE for a moment, how important they were as part of our lives, and now they were almost irrelevant in our stage except for a few business that they operate in, right? So let me take a pause here. Before I go into the details about, now I talked about the importance of AI and where the industry is, how industry is observing AI for a deal. And now I'm going to talk about how the infrastructure and the environment has actually evolved. Am I resonating very well with you? Do you want me to fine tune anything before I go forward? Let me take a pulse check just to make sure that you are all still with me. Did I lose anyone? Give me a thumbs up. All right. Great. Thank you so much. So now look at, thank you. Thank you for that. So now look at this is a very as simple as this specific architecture looks like. This is a very critical and important architecture to show because it talks about the evolution of. Thank you, Dr. Sridevi. So you have a question? Is it a response or a question? Yes. Please ask me a question if you have a question, Dr. Sridevi.
No,
All
sir, you
right.
can continue.
No problem at all. No problem at all. So if you think about this is, as I said, as simple as this architecture looks like, in a super high level, this talks about the evolution of how we have come along in less than 40 years time. Like I said, most of us, and especially at my age that I have begun my career, I started with the all data center world. I started my career at the dawn of the client server era. So basically, the idea is that there are three things to it. Every single thing, every single application, every single thing that we did was actually centrally hosted and managed from a single location. And that's how the companies actually operated. And there are three common attributes to it, right? So anytime when we talked about applications, it was always centrally hosted and managed, like ERP, CRM, and all that. And number two, anytime when we talk about data, it is always the structured data that came from the applications like all the ERP, CRM, SEM, and all that, right? It's beautiful rows and columns. And then the third is that anytime when we call workload, what it meant is that it talks about only the operational reporting. Basically, what we did was to look at what we did yesterday, last week, last month, last quarter, last year, right? It's more about understanding about what has happened in the traditional sense of the business, trying to understand what happened in the past. But we have seen tremendous evolution of this entire environment in the last 40 years' time. We have gone far out of the data center in the recent times. So clearly you can see that number one, our IT environment means that it is not just confined to the data centers. Our workload means that it is not just confined only to the operational reporting. We have seen the emergence of AI ML becoming part of the whole process in the entire infrastructure. Number two, analytics means that it is not just focused on operational reporting, it is also the real-time analytics. In fact, majority of our customers today are all focused on real-time analytics. And I'm pretty confident you are all sitting on the benefit or the experience cycle of this entire real-time world where a delivery notification comes to you from Amazon or from DoorDash, Swiggy or something like that, right? So you can clearly see how the entire industry is operating based on real time. When you go and click on a website, they have an opportunity to interact with you and offer personalized offers to make sure that you actually complete a transaction and all that. So real-time analytics has actually have become a big deal within a lot of the enterprises because that's what's driving majority of the innovations that majority of the use cases in AI as well. And from that standpoint, 5G has become a big deal, right? For example, edge environment has become a critical part of the infrastructure for many of the companies. So when I talk about edge, it's a very nebulous term. No one can actually define what is an edge. For example, for a shipping company, you can host all the CRM, SCM applications in a central data center on a multi-cloud. But for an edge environment, let's assume that you are operating a ship. The whole ship as a GPS location could be an edge environment for you, or it could be the diesel engine, or it could be the fire detector, or otherwise the gas detector within the ship itself could be the edge itself. So it's a very difficult and nebulous term to define about what is an edge environment. But the idea is that the companies have actually figured out how to bring an access, how to connect, how to tap, how to collect, and how to make sense out of all this data in near real time. Okay. So back then, when I began my career about 20 years ago, one of the most important challenge for many of the organization is about how do I connect all these different stuff? How do I bring all the data into one common location? Because if you look at the edge environment, that's where the majority of the diversification of the things that exist, right? So for example, If you look at the communication protocol, we evolved from RS-232 and RS-482, which is kind of like a very simple protocol. But today there is like nearly 1,000 types of protocol that exist in the edge environment. And that makes it very, very complex for all the organizations to bring all the data, connect number one, and to bring all the data into one common location. And then we have seen the evolution of multi-cloud environment too. 99% of our top 1,000 customers today in the world are all multi-cloud customers. As much as I wish them to be all Azure only customers, every single one of them have got presence in Google and also in AWS as well. So what we have clearly seen is that what used to be a single on-prem, single beautiful data center, all the data held in one place. And I went through a career phase in my life where companies thought that they thought about data retention policies. Every 3 years, they will close all the emails out. Every 5 years, they will throw all the finance files out and all that stuff. So we have moved from data retention policies to now we call it as data as an asset for the entire organization, where everybody is trying to bring in more and more data, and everybody is trying to bring in hold more data to make sense out of them. Okay. So we have seen this entire evolution of what used to be a single on-prem has gone to multiple different on-prems and to multi-cloud environment for a customer too. So today, if you look at a large customer, and if you are a CIO of a large organization like Procter and Gamble or Unilever or any other companies, or even in Chevron as a oil and gas company, think about the massive infrastructure that you get to own from security perspective to even the data insights perspective. It's not just the traditional applications that you have, but it is also the edge environment that you need to connect and you physically bring in. I have been part of a big initiative with Westpac, which is actually another oil and gas firm in out of Australia. The entire platform in offshore is operated by robots, which is no human can need to go there unless there is a physical need for a human to go through. So, for example, just about 2 months ago, when Storm went through the whole platform, you can clearly see that the entire the infrastructure that we have actually built for the platform, we were able to analyze even the damages that happened in the platform without physically putting a foot on the platform, and we clearly knew which equipment requires which equipment and what are the things that we needed to fix, and then we flew 2 or 3 different personnel with the right stuff, nearly 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Brisbane to go and fix all this stuff. Sorry, Perth, to go and fix all this stuff. Okay, so you can clearly see that we have come to a point where you can operate an entire platform without putting a man or a person on the platform for any point in time to completely operate. So now all of these things are possible primarily because of two things. One, edge is actually transforming this entire physical world into the data, right? All the examples and the example that I mentioned about offshore platform, remote offshore platform operating independently becomes possible only because that we have an acute sense of what really happens with every single equipment on the platform, and that's through the data, right? And processing the data becomes possible because of two big innovations that has actually come along to aid us in the last 4 to 5 years time. So number one, IPv6 connect provides the granularity of a salt to go and connect. Today we can connect about nearly 340 billion things with all the IPv6 bandwidth that we have, which is much more than anything that we could actually need at this point in time, right? Nearly 300 times more than what we really operate at this point in given time. Then the second thing is that the compute power. Think about the days. I started my computer, very first laptop that I bought was Pentium 2. And then we quickly moved to Pentium 2, Pentium 3, Pentium 4, and all that. And then we are today sitting with the GPUs. Think about for a moment, just in the last 20 years alone, the explosion of the computing power that we have in our hand is nearly 100,000 times X. So just to give you an example, NVIDIA actually released the latest GPU for AI inferencing based on the Blackwell family H200 chips, and it has got 400 400 petaflops. I'm sure you will all know that the way that you measure the compute capacity within GPUs is petaflops. So basically, what it means is that with the most powerful chip that we have and with the NVIDIA today, if you were to download a good Bollywood movie for 2.5 hour movie, you can do it in 0.1 second. That's the speed of the chip. Basically, with one chip, you can actually do the real-time simulation of the entire world's weather in less than 5 minutes time. Think about for a moment the computing capacity that we have in our hand. And I don't know whether you know this or not, even every single one of our cars today has got minimum 50 different chips that processes data in different ways. And we carry our cell phones that we carry is much more than the Apollo, the rocket that was sent to the moon about 30 years ago. So think about for a moment. And then from that standpoint, the edge is actually transforming. Like I said, edge is a very, very nebulous term. Today, like I gave you an example, the ship itself could be an edge, a diesel engine or a gas detector or a fire detector inside the ship could be an engine, or the container sitting on top of the top of the ship itself could be an edge environment too. Now we have seen the evolution of the edge environment. So from 5G and 4K videos, we have seen that autonomous vehicles are becoming popular. It's already a reality in the US. For me, we all drive with Tesla cars, where 90% of the driving is taken over by the cars itself. And then we have drones, things, digital cities, and wearables. So, for example, every single person today wears Apple Watch or otherwise Oura Ring. It collects all the data. It talks about how we are managing our daily life and how active we are and all that stuff. So all these edge environment is actually exploding. But if you think about one of the major challenge for all these companies is that one, we have solved the problem about how do we actually create an integration? How do we bring all the data? But the problem for majority of the companies even today is that how do I, whether I'm getting the data right in time? Is it too late to make a difference, right? Is it expensive? And is it all the data that I collect are also actually sitting in data silos? Whether I actually get to ingest all this data in batch processing over a period of time, or I'm going to do it in real time. And how do I actually, more importantly, you can bring all this data, but you need to have an insight about what is the high value signals that I need to look for before I actually go through the automation and all that, right? And most importantly, every single companies are actually struggling with this, which is about how do I decisions are too slow to change outcomes, because in any time when you deal with all the edge environment data, the challenge is that you have only a nanosecond to less than a minute to you make use of the data. Otherwise, the value of the data goes away, right? So, for example, uh, whether you are bringing in all the clickstream data or weblog data from things for security analysis, or the clickstream data for purchasing behavior of your customers, or you are actually bringing in data from a thing which is actually like for it could be a diesel generator in a in a ship. All of these things, they produce massive amount of data, but you need to have that idea to understand how do I actually find the right interaction point. What is that inflection point that I need to go and that I need to make use of to go and engage to alter the course of the case, right? So from that standpoint, what we have seen is that there are two different worlds that we have dealt with, from edge environment to IT world, right? So if you have seen the operators like me, I began my career in an oil and gas platform in Saudi Arabia right after my education. Although I quickly understand that I was not a good engineer and I moved out for good. But the idea is that the OT, there is a big divide that happens between two different entities within an organization. One is the OT estate. OT estate is the operational technologies, which is the examples that I talked about, like ship, and what's happening with the manufacturing plant, diesel power generators, or if you're talking about a plant from pressure transmitter to everything that you are managing within a plant, all the data, that ecosystem belong to set of companies like Siemens, Rockwell, Yokogawa, and all these different companies. And for last 50 years time, all these companies have held all these companies who are operating in this OT space as captive for their technology, right? So for example, if you're using Siemens PLCs or Yokogawa DCS operating systems or Rockwell PLCs, the idea is that all these companies traditionally held all these companies captive for using the data. So you can use only their monitoring equipment. You can only use their systems to observe all the system. And then we saw the evolution of the IT side of it. Companies like the cloud companies like Microsoft, AWS, and Google, they have come along and they have pushed the edge of the technology big time on the right side, IT. So there is a big conflict that happens between the two different worlds, where this world, the OT world, does not believe in IT. So if you go to a plant manager and say Microsoft, he said, why do I care? Because all that he has heard about is companies like Siemens and Rockwell and Yokogawa. And then if you go to the IT side, they feel like all the other technologies that are used by the OT world is foreign to them, right? But the challenge is that right now, and this was the battle until about 2 years ago, but today there is a big value proposition that has been created in the form of AI. Like I said, every single data that we collect from the edge environment is not, it used to be just for monitoring purposes until about few years ago. And then we moved from monitoring to how do I actually understand, observe what's going to happen so that I can predict what's going to happen next. Now we are moved from predicting to even prescriptive about how I can prevent things happening in the plant, right? And that became possible only because of all the AI advancements and all the things that has happened in the IT world. So now every single company that we work with understand the value of how I actually can leverage AI and how I can move forward with that. But the most important question that we have is that everyone understands the value of AI, right? Like I said, whether it is OT world, whether it is a CIO, whether it is a CEO, everybody understands that they have no choice but to embrace technology. But where the question lies in is about how do I unlock the real value for the AI initiatives? And from that standpoint, one of the most important thing is that evolution of the real-time technologies. So real-time analytics that I talked about in the beginning itself, finding signals that matter, that taking the right actions in time to change the outcomes. And that is where the prescriptive world is actually getting towards. And that gave birth to the real-time intelligence. Like I said in the beginning itself, if you look at the entire original architecture that I showed about, from multi-cloud to data center to 5G to edge cloud to edge, and what we have seen is that the evolution of different workloads that we talked about. One, the real-time analytics and all the monitoring that happens in the edge world, and operational analytics and AI ML workloads that's happening. And I told you that 90% of the world today is running on real time. 90% of the companies' use cases today rely on real-time intelligence. You look at the number of services that we use, from our cell phone to anything that you buy in cell phone, all the way to ordering food in around you. The companies use a lot of real-time intelligence, right? So from that standpoint, let's look at how this entire real-time analytics market has come along in the last 10 years time. Like I said, 10 years ago, when I was talking to customers about real-time analytics, there was not even a single customer who said. There were only a very handful of customers who were really doing a lot of real-time analytics use cases, and that's only for mission critical stuff. And the reason for that is that until now, real-time analytics was very cost prohibitive for a lot of these companies, because like I mentioned in the beginning itself, that companies figured out how to connect different things and so that they can bring data. But the problem is that how do I find valuable insight and valuable inflection point in that monitoring pace, where I can use that to go and observe, right? How I can interact with that, implement my systems and the corrective actions and all that. So the cost versus value, in order to do all of these things, the cost versus benefit was a big challenge for majority of these companies. But today, with all the open source technologies and the plethora of all the evolutionary technologies that has come along in the last 20 years time, it is the connecting a thing and collecting all the data and making sense out of the data in near real time is not really a big deal at all. So some of these companies, because you are in an academic community, I thought that putting all these companies' logos in one place will be helpful for you to talk to your students about about how the technologies come along. So, for example, Kafka is a technology itself. It's not just a company name. Likewise, Spark is a technology itself for data processing that you see right here. It is not a technology name itself. So there are a lot of technology names that the technologies that we have that I have captured here, which will be very useful for you to share with your students as well. But what has happened in the last 1 year time? I was talking about last 10 years time. Talking about 10 years ago, there were only very few customers who were doing real-time analytics. And then I showed you in the prior slide that in the last 10 years time, all these are the different technologies that has come along to make real-time analytics possible. But what has happened in the last 1 year time is we are pushing the edge even higher, even further down, where the evolution of the no-code, low-code connectors that have come along. So for example, this is a chart that I pulled in from my own product called Microsoft Fabric. We have nearly thousands of pre-built connectors available in Microsoft Fabric platform where the companies don't have to do any hard coding at all. You can literally drag and drop a data source and you can immediately start to stream data directly from the data platforms itself. So think about for all the data, external data sources that we have captured here. So if you were to understand one of the biggest thing that has happened in the connection world, the real-time analytics world, that it is just the explosion of the connectors and more importantly, the emergence of the low code and no code connection ability to low code, no code connecting with the systems that has emerged big time into this. Okay. So let me take a pause here. I know I'm going through a lot in a very short period of time and I dived so much into this real-time thing. Let me take a pause here. Am I resonating with you? Do you have any feedback for me? Because before we continue down the path of the cloud computing side as well. We talked about edge, we talked about the middle, which is about real time. And now I'm going to move over to cloud computing and how the architecture in the cloud is emerging to support AI use cases and all that. Before that, I want to take a pause here and make sure that you are all with me because it's almost an hour. All right. Thank you so much. So now let's look at what we really do in the real-time analytics, right? Like I have said many times that the real-time analytics was primarily used only for observation, monitoring, observation, monitoring. There was the only thing that was happening in that world. And then we started to make use of how do I actually understand what has happened. But today in real-time world, that what we are trying to do here is that on the fly, literally you can like I showed you in the prior slide, there are more than 1,000 types of connectors that are available. By the way, all these slides are actually going to be available for you. And if you are going to talk to your students or to your student community, it will be good for them to go and look at what is Apache Flink, what is Apache Kafka and all that. It's all these are all technology names, not just the brand names that we have thought about. So it will be good for them to get familiar with all the data sources as well. So for example, what MongoDB can do versus what Oracle DB, right? What are the limitations and how the Oracle database differs with MongoDB and all that. So I talked about it in the very beginning of the session itself, that we started with the relational databases and Oracle was number one in that world. And in year 2000, I told that there is a disruption that happened in the relational database technology where companies felt that one database technology alone is not going to be able to sufficient for them to work on different use cases. That's when companies like data stores came along. And one of the big data stores at that time that came along was MongoDB. So you can talk about all these different stuff right here. I have captured everything in right here. And before I go into the details about one of the things, in order to make sure that we unify all the data from the edge environment and to make real-time analytics possible, there is a big evolution that is happening. Another thing that's happening in industry is that just like how we have seen when internet came along, we saw Internet Explorer and versus Netscape. That was the two browsers that we saw emerging. And then now we use Edge browser versus Chrome. Predominantly, some people use Firefox and all that stuff. But you can clearly see that the browser war has been actually settled for good. All these companies have got a definitive market share with their own product, and not that we wake up every morning and looking to go and find a new browser, right? So we are all got used to Chrome, Edge, or Firefox, depending on what our comfort limits are. Between these three, we cover 99% of the population. Likewise, we saw the same fight that happened when mobile computing came along. Is it just iOS or is it just Android? Now we clearly see that both of those technologies started to become a staple. Not that we are looking for a new mobile operating system when we wake up. Our life is good with just with the two choices that we have between iOS and mobile. Likewise, we have seen the evolution of the personal computing, the emergence of laptop, and now we saw the emergence of iOS for people who didn't like the PC world too. So again, that world has actually been settled. Likewise, if you look at all the operating systems, we have seen when technology came along, there was like plethora of 10 different technology operating systems came along. But today we are settled for good with Windows operating system and Linux majority of the time. Between the two, we cover nearly 90% of the enterprise architecture. And then for 10%, we have Unix and probably some few stragglers after that too. Likewise, what's happening today in the world is that in order to make all this real-time analytics possible, that when I said this in the beginning itself, edge environment is a very, very complex environment because previously we used to connect only with RS-232 and RS-482, which are the physical ports, like even we use today before the HDMI world came along with our computers. But if you look at all the IoT devices, they all have their own protocols, right? There is a multitudes of connections, multitudes of protocols, and the data formats that they send are all inconsistent. So when you try to bring all those data into one common place, and when you are trying to make sense out of the data in near real time to make an impact and to leverage it and to find the signal to work on it and to activate further quotients, one of the most important challenges that companies operated with today is the data formats, right? So for imagine if 10 people or if Ramani is asking her students to send submit a thesis, and if 30 people in the class send all their assignment work in 30 different formats. So PDF, one person sends it in GPG, PNG, and the other one sends in physical hard copy file. And imagine if they are all saying one sends in mobile phone and all that, how complex it would be for the person to go and simply sit and work on it, right? So right now, as we speak, there is a big war that is happening in this world. That is the data format, which is going to be the open standard for the data formats. And I request you to all spend time to learn about all these three. Number one, companies like Netflix, which is the streaming video companies, Amazon Prime and all that, which is the streaming video companies, they are trying to leverage a technology called Iceberg. Iceberg is a data format that is actually very very useful for it's an open standard format for companies which are using a very high density video files. And then companies like Airbnb and then DoorDash, Swiggy and all these different type of companies which does not require video streaming, but they work on Uber type of services. Those type of companies, they are championing another data format called um, Hudi, okay, HUDI. So Iceberg, Hudi, and then the companies like Microsoft and Azure Databricks and all these different types of companies, we are trying to champion something called the Delta Lake. Delta Lake gives an impression that it is actually a lake, but it is not. It is actually it's a name of the data format called the Delta Lake. So right now in the industry, there is a big war that is happening between all these companies about which one particular data format is going to be the common open format that companies can actually leverage. So that's why I gave an examples about how the technology has evolved, which is Android versus iOS, Windows versus Linux, and we have seen the evolution of different examples that I have talked about. In the same way today, in the Internet Explorer and all that stuff, the same way today, what we are seeing is that's the big competitive environment that's happening, which is about how the companies are actually going to store in open format. So irrespective of whichever the data, whichever the IoT device, and which sends the data, and wherever you collect all the data coming in from all these devices, all those data is going to be stored automatically in one single open format, so that every single application or the business user who uses the data don't have to start an analytic project by doing a data transformation. If you talk to any traditional analyst in the recent times, you can clearly see that 90% of the time that they spent is all on preparing the data for analytics, which is about how do I actually take this to three different formats to one, and how do I source all the data. This is where 70% of the time in analytics is being spent. Let me take water and then I will come back for a moment. So this is where majority of the time is being spent. But what we have, the companies have actually come along right now, is to bring all the data, and every single data that is in one single common format, so that you can develop on top of it, all the applications on top of it. So this is a real-time intelligence use cases have emerged as well. Stream, it's not just observability analytics. It is not just analyze. You can actually model all the data, and then you can visualize what's going to happen, and then you can predict what's happening in the environment too. So now we talked about edge, we talked about the real-time computing. Now let's look at the modern data center in the cloud. Okay, how this is actually emerging right now. So this is a very 30,000 or 10,000 level feet view of how the architecture is powering a lot of the AI use cases across the data centers. And if you have been watching the news in the last 2 years' time, there is a massive amount of investment that is happening to build a lot of modern data centers. And in fact, you would have seen the news that Google is investing about nearly $5 billion in near Visakhapatnam to build up a huge AI data center too. And every single company has been investing, ramping up investments in data center world. And if you look at the architecture of what we are trying to build, this represents the view of what we are trying to do. One is the AI infrastructure, which talks about all the compute, the GPUs, the network, and all the stuff that we have actually built along. That enables the capability between cloud and edge. That's very clear. Then we have the emergence of all the foundational models, and I'm pretty confident all of you are already familiar with the OpenAI and Anthropic, Grok, and all the different things. I just named three, but in real world, in Microsoft Foundry, AI Foundry today, we have about more than 3,000 models, both LLMs and also the SLMs, because we have understood that not all use cases require large language models. Lot of use cases which can be supported with a very time effective, cost effective, and also the compute effective, the short language models, small language models as well, the SLMs. So we have nearly 3,000 models that are actually available. And then the data infrastructure, which we talked about. So I talked about Microsoft Fabric, Azure Databricks as two different platforms. And I talked about the value of holding all the data in one single place, in one single format, and then all the AI orchestration and tool chains, basically all the tools that you need to build all the different stuff. More importantly, what you're seeing on the top is that the emergence of agents, which are actually becoming part of the enterprise architecture. Okay, so until today, and I'm pretty confident you would have heard about this word called the digital workers, and I don't know, it's a popular term that is becoming a popular term, where humans are being held, one human is being helped by 30 different digital agents in order to aid our help. Okay, I'm going to talk about a couple of an example about what the digital agents look like and how the efficiency is actually come along is going right now. So right now at this point in time where we are reaching a completely new era of digitization, basically what it talks about is that until today, everything that we did, anything that we did for observing, monitoring, and to do anything in the world, a human was important, part of the loop for enabling all of these whole chain. But what's happening with the agentic AI systems is that's where the future is heading towards right now. That almost every single company that I work with today are already actively working on agentic AI systems. The agentic AI systems is many people misunderstand that it is not a single purpose agent. So, for example, that if you you have our Microsoft Teams, and Microsoft Teams has got a Copilot logo, and if you click on it, that is an agent which can actually summarize all the notes. It can actually provide you the summary of the entire 90-minute session and all the learnings and all that stuff. That is an agent that you can leverage. Similarly, you have Microsoft Word and Excel, which has got their own Copilot. Kind of, you can call it as an agent, which do summarization, content creation, and all that stuff. So you can just type saying that, hey, I want to write an email to Dr. Ramani thanking for the opportunity, and it will immediately draft and send an email out. Okay, so those are single purpose and agents. But what we are talking about is the multiple agents working together autonomously and more importantly, making decisions on their self. In order to do that, today this is how the landscape looks like. Okay, in order to go from where we are at right now to the future where multi-agentic AI systems look across, this is the landscape that we are actually dealing with. So this is just a list of companies that we have put together, that if companies want to move from this side to multi-agent, to build a future with multi-agentic AI systems, then these are the number of systems and technologies that they have to work together to put together all the systems. So what I was talking to today is that it is being simplified. So the reason why I wanted to share with you is that this is the complexity that we deal with, just like I showed you in the edge environment, real-time analytics and all that stuff. But in the data and AI data center world, in the cloud environment, these are the number of technologies that exist today. But the work, a lot of these companies like cloud providers like Microsoft, AWS, and Google, we are all working to simplify this entire architecture to a consumable state where companies don't have to spend time doing all the unifications and integrations and all that stuff. Now, I talked about agentic AI systems, right? I want to provide a line of sight about how this is going to go. Until about 3 years ago, there was a companies like Appian, UiPath, all these different type of companies came along which did RPAs, robotic process automation. Basically, all these companies, what they did was they created a radio button opportunity. So at any time when you go through a workflow, they have an ability to understand what the automation looks like. They created a streamlined workflow. So for example, if you're age 50, it will kick off another workflow. If you are below 20, it will kick off another workflow. So all these are robotic process automation that has actually been leveraged by a lot of these companies in the last 3 years' time. And today, what we are doing right now is the single agentic AI systems. Single agentic AI systems, I already gave an example about how things are evolved between us, just in the personal computing itself. Today, we have Word, Copilot embedded into Outlook, Word, Excel, Teams, anything that we use today, right? Even our mobile phones have got a Copilot app that you can leverage for doing basic things. In fact, I used it day before yesterday while I was traveling. I had 3 hours to spend time in Tampa, Florida, before I catch my flight. And then I asked the co-pilot, said, "Give me an itinerary that I can do in 3 hours in Tampa." And it immediately calculated, immediately understood where I was standing when I was actually firing that query. And it said that take a cab, go to this museum, and in the museum they have, these are the 2 3 artifacts that they have, and then go from here to the nearby restaurant, and this is a very popular restaurant, and you can have a dinner, and and from there, your airport is about 45 to 50 minutes, and you can actually get on the plane right on time. Think about that for a moment, okay? So what we used to do until today is to do the Google searches. Basically, anything we want to do, what do I do in Kottayam or in Alapula or whatever. So basically, it will list down all the websites which are providing information about it. It is us as humans who have to go through all that information, and then we need to do all the calculations about what are the places of interest, and we need to do the mapping about, okay, I need to start my day here, I need to go to this temple, I need to go to this waterfalls and all that, and then I will finally finish my trip. But today, Copilot, I recommend you to go and test it out in your desktop itself. It's available in your Play Store, whether you are using iOS or Android. It's available in your Play Store. Download your Copilot app, and immediately you can start using it for multitudes of purposes, and you will be finally amazed. But where the future is going towards is multiple agentic AI systems. I will give you an example because I myself is one of the beneficiaries of this whole agentic AI systems that we built for a very popular airline, United Airlines. Okay, so United Airlines is one of the top 3 airlines in the US. They are partners for Lufthansa, Singapore Airlines, and all that. So they are part of the Star Alliance group. So, 2 weeks ago, before Christmas, I was flying to Ireland for an event. So 3 hours or 4 hours before the flight, my wife said she wanted to go and pick the winter plants from the local nursery here. So we went to a local nursery. I was in the nursery picking up all the plants, and then I got a call from United Airlines. I saw it, and then I picked up the phone. Immediately, it said that, hey, the message said in the phone that my flight to Dublin, Ireland, has been cancelled because of a nor'easter, which is kind of like a combination of ice storm that went through New York 3 weeks ago. So it said that because of the nor'easter thunderstorms, and your flight has been cancelled, and can you please open your app for alternate available options? Okay. So while I was on the call, I opened my United app. Immediately, it already had 3 different options available for me. Okay. So the moment I opened the app, the phone knew that I opened the app, and it said that now carefully, can you please go through all the available options and pick the best available option that fits your travel needs. Now I picked the second one. Immediately the phone knew that I picked the second option, and immediately it said, "Can you confirm one more time that you are all set for this? You are confirming the option number 2." I said that I'm going to fly instead of through New York. I said I'm going to fly through Washington D.C. And then I immediately picked the second option. The phone said, "You are all set. Thank you for confirming the travel. Your flight has been rebooked." Okay. What I just explained to you all happened in a nursery in less than 3 minutes time with a phone and a phone app working together with multiple different things in order to make it all possible. Okay, with the reservation systems, one, it understood the flight delay from a different system, then it worked with the reservation systems to rebook my entire flight. All this happened without a human intervention at all. This same exact process, if it had happened about 6 months ago, I used to spend about 1 hour just reaching out to a customer service agent, because every single customer service agent is helping other customers. Okay. So that's how we have actually come along in terms of actually bringing together the multiple agentic AI systems. So now I will play an example so that you can actually understand with a common example. I brought in an industry example so that you can get behind my line of thinking. All of us, not all of us in this call are from the financial industry, but we are all financial services customers. You all bank with ICICI, you bank with HDFC and all that. And all of you already know that each and every one of these financial institutions have got retail banking, corporate banking, investment banking, customer experience, and all these different set of banking services. Now, all these companies, all these banks, at least in the US, they're all building a lot of these different agents. Okay. The agencies, one, they want to understand the customer insight agents. Basically, with the customer insight agent, they want to understand all the customer interaction summaries, how many deposits you have made, whether you have walked into any particular branch, what was the purpose for your doing, how many checks you have actually deposited, how many transactions you have done through ATM, all the emails and all the things. Basically, it generates all the retail. And likewise, for the investment banking, it summarizes investment banking. The most important thing is that all the changes that are happening in the market. What is the macroeconomic indicators that are happening? What is the initial real-time tracking that you can actually do with all the different stuff, right? So basically, all these are different systems, the agents the companies have actually built. Now I'm going to talk about what is in the way of companies achieving this multi-agentic AI systems. Okay. Single agentic AI systems, it is possible. We have achieved it. Now we are moving to the multi-agentic systems, but it is not possible for many of the organizations. And this will explain about the challenges that we are trying to solve for. Now, let's look at all these individual banking corporations. Number one, okay. All these different banks, retail banking, corporate banking, investment banking, they already have a set of applications that are being supported by that supports their business needs, right? We have Finacle from Infosys, Salesforce, Avaya, Fiserv, FIS Global. All these are some of these companies which provide retail banking applications which serves for different needs of the companies, from banking needs to mortgage banking and all that stuff. Likewise, for investment banking, Moody Analytics, FICO Score, and Tableau and Power, ServiceNow Risk Management, all these are different things that we have seen the companies actually leverage. Now, all these set of applications are producing vast amount of data by itself. So all this data gets stored in multiple different disparate sources. Okay. So for example, Salesforce that you see here, Avaya, Fiserv, FIS Global, depending on all the databases that they have chosen, it could be sitting in a database, in an Oracle database, or in a Postgres, or in a SQL Server. All this data sits in a all these different places. Now, all these banks worked with already have nearly 30, 40-year-old of historical data. The historical data is very important because they cannot they cannot think about your data in only in isolation just on that one particular point in time. They have to look at all the transactions that you have done in the context of all the historical data. For example, if you have overcharging you are defaulting on your account, or you have been defaulting on your payment, is it just the one time, or it's a continuation of a pattern that you have established with a financial institution for last 4 years time or 5 years time? So when agents are monitoring all these different things, so for example, when you default on a check, one of the most important thing that at least the financial institutions in the US do is that they will do a courtesy waiver of the penalty. So, for example, they charge $30 for every dollar that you have charged beyond what is your available account, what is available in your account, and then for a minimum amount, and then they charge $30 or something like that for going over the account limit. But all those things happens with agents, so you don't have to call the bank and they don't have to do it. If that one particular default that you have done or missed payment is because only one time, automatically it takes care of it, and it doesn't assess the penalty charges for that. But if you have done it over last 6 years time, 30 different defaults, then the agent understands that this is a pattern that you have established and it will penalize you for doing it. So historical data is very, very important. So when you deploy all these agents, the majority of the complexity that exists for all these agents is that, is it going to work, all these agents are going to work with only the real-time data that is coming in from all these sources that you have, which is again not consistent, but it is actually a lot of different systems supporting it. And how do you actually bring all of these things? That's the massive challenge that every single company is trying to address. I try to super simplify it to a point where you can get behind the line of thinking, but this represents the view of about what the major challenge that companies are actually trying to address while they're actually enabling multi-agentic AI systems. So from that standpoint, there are three important concepts that have actually come along for unification. So one is called the mirroring. So for mirroring is that I want you to go and take a look at what mirroring. It's a new term for a technology that helps companies to offload all the data that is coming through your transactional systems into your data platform without doing any ELT work, which is the extracting, transformation, and loading work and all that stuff. Okay, let me take a pause. No, let me go back here. So one is called the mirroring concept. So basically, it makes sure that all the data that you have in your transactional system is available in your data platform without you having to do any one of the the integration work. Number two, any change data capture, any data that gets changed in the transactional system automatically gets updated into your data platform for agents to work on, because you can never run agent on top of a transactional server. It needs to run on a data platform because of the same thing that I explained about, that both you need to have real-time data and also the historical data for you to enable a lot of different use cases. Then the second thing is that there is a new concept called shortcut. Basically, there are a lot of companies which actually try to do the data virtualization for a long period of time. And today we have come to a point where you can achieve shortcut, basically that connecting all these different sources into one thing. So for example, you might have your data sitting in your Google Cloud S3, Amazon S3, AWS S3, or in other data sources like Dataverse and all that stuff. And all those data can be actually not brought in. You have access to data without having to move all the data. So shortcut is another emerging concept. Basically, if you think about it, the best example that I give you is that, so sometimes we work on a file like a Word document or Excel on any particular assignment. And then when you want to save it, we usually save it in our desktop, right? And then we save it and we create a shortcut in our desktop. So basically, when you create a shortcut for that file in our desktop, it is not that we are storing that information in the desktop itself. It is only the shortcut to the original file where we have actually showed so that we can easily access. You can imagine the shortcut that we have, the new emerging concept of shortcut in data platform is like the same desktop that we have in our personal computers. Basically, it gives you don't have to go and identify the location. It gives you the access to wherever the physical locations are. So without having to compromise all the security and all the other regulatory requirements of the company, you can access the files in that. So those are the two concepts which have emerged along, which is mirroring and also the shortcut, which brings all these different systems, transactional databases, all the unstructured data from the devices and all the other systems, so that your agents can actually work on top of it. So every single company today, in order to empower this multi-agentic AI systems, they are working on something called unifying the data. And that is what I talked about, is through the form of shortcut and mirroring and all that. And then the second thing is that every single company needs to have a robust layer. And this is another emerging thing in the industry where previously there are, like I talked about, for every single company who built a data infrastructure, they have to start with ingestion infrastructure. Then you have to standardize all the data. Then you have to do all the cleansing and quality work and all that stuff. But today, there is a automation layer that is actually built into platforms like Microsoft Fabric, which I will highly recommend you to go and take a look at it. And then you can build agents on top of it. So when you run agents on top of a very unified platform like this, and that multi-agentic systems becomes very possible. So the reason why I shared with all of these things with you is that one, there is every single organization is so we talked about from the original architecture. So we started the whole conversation with data centers, about how every single company used to have only one single on-prem, and a majority of the applications that they actually did are all centrally hosted, and only data that they collected was the beautiful structured data that came from the applications like ERP, CRM, SEM, and all that. And then we talked about how the workloads went beyond just the operational reporting. and to more real-time analytics and more into about AI, ML modeling and all that stuff, right? And then we talked about how this entire data center has actually exploded into multiple different environments. The workload expanded beyond the data center. We talked about edge environment. We talked about how the evolution has happened in the edge, where the challenge used to be that integrations of all the devices became a big deal, and bringing all the data from multiple different places into one common place was a big deal. But all those things have been settled. I talked about some examples of that. And then I talked about emergence of real-time computing, both in the sense of uh, running their entire enterprise, but also from enabling AI use cases perspective. I talked about different technologies which are empowering all these real-time use cases, right? So we have seen about how this siloed technology is making wave in the recent 1 year time, about how we have brought in all these connectors, almost like a low code, no code, where you can drag and drop all the different data sources and automatically you can just figure it out. So think about the efficiency cycle. 20 years ago, when you want to begin an IT project, you had to figure out how to connect devices. But today, you are not focused on about your connecting devices. You are just dragging and dropping, and automatically it's available in your system, and you can get on with your insights. That's how fast you have become. And then we went into the cloud world about how the entire architecture is actually evolving to support the AI needs of the organization. And then I talked about in the data center world that we are moving beyond the traditional applications, because the SaaS applications that we got used to, like from Salesforce and all the other things that we talked about, I said that we are at the point of making way for all the multi-agentic AI systems. I talked about an example of the financial services industry where all these different stuff, where what's happening in different world is working together. So for example, in a risk world, a transaction gets understood, transaction is flagged by the agent when going through the automated clearing for the financial institution. Immediately the risk analyzer agent comes in. It understands whether that transaction is actually based in the history or is it a one-off transaction. It alerts the human agent to go and take a look at it. Now that person can actually go and look at all the different stuff. Immediately when he acknowledges it, the another agent can pop in and block all the transaction, preventing the risk for the financial institution. So we are moving to the multi-agentic AI systems, and I talked about the challenges that are happening in that world. So in order to enable all these different stuff, the future emergence of the data center, I talked about it in a very super high level about about the architecture, starting from infrastructure to the models, to the data, to models, and also the agents running on top of it and all that. So this is a if you were to build an enterprise architecture, this if you were to build a new enterprise IT environment for your organization, this is the architecture looks like for you in a super high level. Basically, you need to have a cloud native infrastructure which supports your scalability of the requirements. Scalability is very important because, for example, I can give you an example of during Diwali time, how many people would have ordered things from Amazon or from Flipkart versus how much they will order today. There is a big two different ones, right? So an enterprise cannot build an infrastructure just for that one day, but you need to have that scalability factor in order to make sure that you are providing the best customer experience. So from that standpoint, we talked about you need to have a secure and also cloud native resilient infrastructure that allows for your scalability. And you talked about data foundations are very critical, because data foundation, like I said, is not going to be your hold the data where you hold all the data in multiple different formats. It has to be in one single open format. It has to be in every single compute engine that runs on the data foundation should be able to access that open standard format without having to do any data transformation. And then your AI platform, which all talks about your AI tools toolkit that you need, the app toolkit that you need, and all that stuff. That's on the one. What's enabling all these things is the real-time real-time intelligence between the edge and the cloud and all the other applications that you have. And in order to support that, you need to have the AI-ready databases, right? So AI-ready databases means that it's a cloud-native, highly scalable databases. So for example, even ChatGPT, OpenAI, runs on Cosmos DB, one of the one of the NoSQL databases from Microsoft. So you want to learn about what the NoSQL databases like MongoDB are doing in the modern enterprise app environment. And then you need to develop modern applications. Modern applications are not the monolithic applications that we developed over a period of years and months. It's the instant applications that you can actually leverage by using the drag and drop that are available, the features that are available in your environment. And then how do you create an agentic AI experience on top of it, which is about how whether you are building a pre-built agents like Microsoft 365, or you are building AI agents on your own, you need to have an operating system that manages all of these things. So this is the control, and the bottom is control plane, which talks about how do you observe all of these things. Because one of the most important thing that we all understand is that we take LLMs for granted. So for example, I shared an example of what I can do in Kochi for 3 hours or 4 hours. It will definitely provide a result, but the result will not be consistent across the board if depending on the time and search that I used, that I did the search. And that's primarily because that just like anything else, LLMs are getting better too. They are going through the process of optimization and standardizations as well. So from that standpoint, I think that LLMs and SLMs, that they have come a long way, and they all need their time to go through all of these things. But in essence, what we are talking about is that the future is that gone are those days where edge was a different environment. A data center was a different environment and cloud operated differently. Today, what we are seeing in this architecture is that it is a high collapse of all these infrastructure becoming into one, where everything is focused on data, 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 and how do you make use of the data to empower applications and enable AI agents, multi-agentic AI systems, so that you bring autonomy and also you bring scalability for your organizational scale efficiency across the entire organization. So that's the story that I have got. I think I took all the 90 minutes of time. I want to reserve last 3 or 4 minutes time for any questions that you may have. Did I share, did the session hit your mark? I will be happy to do one more session just in case if you are looking for anything in specific, but I hope I was able to share all the things that we experience in the forefront of technology with you and what we are doing with companies with you, so that you can think about how you can leverage this information and shape your academic community as well. Any last word from anyone? Did I let you all sleep?
No, you did not. uh, uh, Jiva, thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry for troubling you at this winter morning. And don't open up such opportunity for us, and we'll keep troubling you like this. And 6:30 to 7:30 we have the test. That should be, we have to do it in a ATAL portal. Might be the participants are a little anxious about it, and some questions came up in mind in between, and those questions were answered in the course of the presentation itself. And we get lot of information. We are to explore them no, in at our time. No? So right now, I do not have any questions. Let us make it open to other participants.
All right. Thank you so much. But I want to, did you all find value in this session? Give me a thumbs up. I want to make sure that we all finished up with a high energy note. I know that I'm the last of your all of the last 5 days of sessions. Did I make sense with you all, or did I flow over the top of yours? Because when I was sitting in the classes many of the times, all I could see was stars. No wonder I actually is a space science enthusiast. Thank you, Hardik. All right. If there are no other questions, thank you for the opportunity. And I want to end with where I began, with a sense of gratitude. It's always a pleasure to sit with the academic community and share the perspectives, because where the world originates is from the academic community, and it starts with the principles and philosophies and structures and all that stuff. But in the enterprise world, we are far ahead of many of the things that we do, and hopefully I was able to share some perspectives that will shape how you are engaging with your academics as well. So thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed sharing all my perspectives and also what's happening in the industry. But if there are any questions, please always reach out. I will be happy to do it. And again, wish you all a wonderful weekend. Have a restful weekend as well after 5 days of listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable and informative session. It was indeed an honor to have you with us, sir. Like ma'am said, we might trouble you for more sessions, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Shani. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Have a
sir.
pleasant weekend. Bye-bye.
Dear participants, we have the feedback link open in the ATAL portal. Kindly go and fill your feedback. And once the feedback is done, you can start doing the assessment test. That is again in the ATAL portal. You have time till 7:30 to complete it. After 7:30, we will have a validatory function.
Participants, please don't leave this
Ma'am,
forum. So be
ma'am,
here.
where we give the questions, ma'am?
In the ATAL portal, sir. You log into our ATAL portal.
Okay,
Take the assessment.
Okay. It's okay. There is no need to send again questions
Don't
answering.
yes, I said don't leave this forum. Be here. After attending your assessment in the ATAL portal, let us have.
Dear participants, you can access your ATAL portal and then you have the feedback link over there. Kindly do the feedback, and once after that, you can attempt your assessment. Again, that is in the ATAL portal. But please don't leave the meeting. We have feedback links here and we have validatory function following that. Thank you.
വാങ്ങണ്ട ബസ്സൊക്കെ എന്തത് വെറുതെ ജസ്റ്റ് ഇവിടെ കയറിയത്.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
കയറി വരുമ്പോ
yes,
തന്നെ
ma'am.
കടയിൽ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങുമ്പോ തന്നെ ഉള്ള
I wanted to ask that we have to give the test and the feedback
Shivam
link in the
Naval.
only.
Yes, ma'am. The feedback first, you need to do the feedback in the ATAL portal. And once it's done, you can take the assessment in the ATAL portal.
Okay, so it should be done within an hour. So, or we can, because now I'm currently traveling. So, like, I wanted to know what is the time limit for the test? Like, when we can, by today night, we can do?
Ma'am, the time given is till 7:30 today. It was in the schedule.
Ma'am, first you complete the assessment 6:30 to 7:30. That's going as per the schedule, which is already shared in our WhatsApp group. And then you can submit the feedback later. Don't do it now. First, take the assessment.
Test can be done only till 7:30, not after that, ma'am. I mean, because I'm traveling.
6:30 to 7:30 is the assessment. 6:30, then the time will get elapsed.
Okay. Is there any other test like which we can take after 7:30? Like,
ma'am, it is ATL portal setup. We cannot do anything.
So it has to be done in the ATAL portal only.
Yes. Please log into our ATAL portal.